And we are here with Celestial Sphere, a Gundam D&D podcast, episode 12, I believe this is.
Yeah.
Last we left off, our two parties finally converged on one another. They got to meet, they got to experience one another. And now, upon now figuring out what they need to do, there's a couple of routes our players here can take. Let me pull up the exact list so I know I'm not forgetting anything. But you now have access. The players now have access to 2 playable parties. And if you'd like, I would allow a one-time mix and match if necessary. If you, for example, wanted to swap characters to different parties and such and so on. However, as for what, is open to you guys, so to speak, you have your 2 parties, and you can choose to partake any of these missions with either any party in any order. Obviously, some are more pressing than others, and the ones you don't pick may have ramifications otherwise.
So we can't do them in any order.
You can do them in any order, but just be aware. You could do them in any order, just be aware some of them may have. Doing some in certain orders may trigger certain events. You don't know what those events are. You don't know how your choices will react. But just a word of warning. As for your quests, you guys have to stop the orbital laser currently attempting to glass the planet Earth. This orbital laser is located on the mothership, so to speak, of the CFO, and it is under the command of a one Archer Zariel. You have access to... You guys know Pastlite's location. You guys know where the home of the Pastlite organization is. So, if your objective is to shut them down, to cripple the CFO's influence and power, you can do so. Same with Anaheim Electronics. You guys also know Anaheim Electronics' location from earlier in our in this campaign. You also
That was the name.
You also have Paulette Lenta and her tendrils moving throughout the SLF. Lastly, the CFO headquarters has also been relayed to your communications devices. You guys have access to that facility, or at least the coordinates for that facility. And then 2 kind of overarching quests, if you would choose to go for them, is obviously take the lead for Celestial Being and attempt to locate Aeolia Shenberg. And, of course, figure out what the fuck is going on with Jupiter's Void. And unless I'm forgetting anything, that should be all of the major plot, kind of threads that are still hanging that could actually be taken as missions. So talk amongst yourselves as the parties, and kind of what team are we playing as today?
I think our first order of business is to get the examinations done that we needed to get done.
I mean, of course, like if there's specific things before you guys want to start talking about missions and quests and stuff, by all means, just,
And just gonna ballpark the first one. Let's address the fact that Iris is apparently dead. Big question mark. Can we get Iris examined first?
No, you guys can go first. I don't mind.
Who's getting examined first? Who's Yolanda checking up on first?
I don't know. You tell us.
Who's approaching Yolanda first?
I don't know. That's the players. I can't control the players directly.
Fuck it, Iris.
Okay, fine.
She's-
Just say. Okay.
Is this on what is this vessel called?
You guys are currently on. Your temporary vessel while doing this examination.
Yeah, I believe part of the plan was to use the AI to assist as well because we finally had access to a super AI that wasn't trying to kill us.
Correct.
Yes. So Veda is patched in tentatively in order to assist with the examination. However, Veda's only request is that Tibius cannot be there.
He will not be. Like, I thought for the sake of ease, we were doing the examinations on their vessel and Tobias would just stay on the temporary ship.
I
Or was I
mean,
mistaken on that?
whichever one works. Whichever one you guys would like to go to. I just assumed Yolanda would like to do it on her own ship with her own tools and all of that jazz.
I mean, if they have a better medical wing on the Ptolemy,
They do.
yeah, I'll do it over there, I guess.
Alrighty. So you guys head over to the Ptolemy, leaving Tobias there. And I want Yolanda, roll me a medicine check, please.
Oh boy, the first roll of the game. Maybe I should actually have the dice roller open.
Don't say such wild and outlandish things.
Should probably also have my character sheet open.
Rip.
It's all okay because you have water.
So that is a 21.
All right. After all this time, Iris finally sits down to an examination. Using your medical know-how, you're able to get a pretty good look, sizable look at what's been going on with her. And much as the others have mentioned, Iris distinctively has no heartbeat. On top of that, her complexion is kind of more on the pale side, as well as having a she is notably not had to eat or anything in a hot minute.
Can I insight what is happening to her? Can I try to deduce,
Sure, roll me insight.
at least to the best of my ability as a
You can always phone a friend and call fucking you know who.
Sal?
Yeah, I'll call Veda. Veda. She doesn't have a heartbeat.
Interesting. Place her on my central scanner here.
I can place myself on the central scanner. I can hop up. I'm fine. I don't know why everyone's acting like I'm dying or whatever.
Upon sitting on the central scanner, various lights and effects kind of flash before Iris's eyes. Iris, you feel a pull on your soul, almost. Similar to the effect that you've felt in the past of other new type beings kind of reaching out to you, so to speak. However, it's
Ow!
a little different somehow. After about 10 minutes or so of that, the feeling passes, and Veda begins to speak. My analysis has been completed.
Yeah, that kind of wasn't very pleasant, whatever that was.
Don't worry about that part. I was testing you due to your very clearly, whatever. No beating around the bush here. You are an innovator. A race of evolved humans bestowed upon with a unique connection to GN particles. But I'm sure you already knew that.
Yeah,
However,
that part's been pretty standard.
have you been experiencing pain when using your new type abilities?
Yeah, they've been almost draining. It's been feeling almost like I'm running on fumes.
It's indeed you are. All life-based functions of your internal organ systems have shut down. You shouldn't be alive. Your body, or whatever you're puppeteering at the moment, is functionally deceased. However, a reserve of GN particles can be sensed throughout your cells, which may have something to do with the ability that you seem to have acquired, being life after death.
Can we fix that? Can I just, like, drink some electrolytes or something?
How did this happen exactly? When did you first start feeling these effects?
You technically qualify for that whole doctor-patient thing, right?
As you look around and see like 3 other people in the room watching.
Staring intently.
Well, yeah, but they
Some of them
already...
eating popcorn.
They already... We kind of blew up the moon. I don't know if you caught that one. And by we, I mean more of the royal sense than the group sense.
That was you.
Yeah, kind of exhausting, kind of tiring, and then I fell to the planet without a mobile suit.
You blew up the moon
And
and then
commit
crash
re-entry.
landed on Earth without protection.
I mean, you know, everything else had been working as just random nonsense magic bullshit. I kind of didn't question it at the time. I was also reading people's minds. That one didn't seem too strange after a bit.
Indeed. Analyzing. Historical records have shown that innovators are not immortal, as some would assume. Records and testing done on various members of celestial being within their records show that the innovators, once fully awakened, can live fundamentally forever. However, their cells regenerate at an accelerated rate, allowing for the reduction in the degradation of said cells' reproductive systems. Yours, however, have shut down. It appears as though your cells are in a form of stasis. only being kept together by the GN particulates within your system. If you were to expend all of your GN particles in your system, nothing would be keeping your body stable any longer. As for cure, as I'm sure you're wondering, I do not contain such information.
I did try having a bit of a bath nap in GN particles, and I don't know if it helped or not, but it didn't seem to do much. I don't know if that resupplied me or something. I don't really have like a built-in meter, I don't think, and she kind of like looks around in her body.
Going off of known records on innovator physiology, the absorption of GN particles can typically only be conducted in very specific scenarios, typically under enhanced stress and or other various potential issues. It's possible that you weren't under a sufficient amount of stress to allow these GN particles within your body. Fundamentally, imagine each of your cells with a protective barrier around each, shielding them from radiation and such. This protective barrier is simultaneously preventing GN particles from entering your body any further.
Okay, so I just need to go have a nightmare while I'm in my dreams, or how are we?
Inconclusive.
Alright, I'll figure that one out myself. So are all of my cells like dead? Like, am I just the GN particles right now? Am I?
The current state of your cells are in a state of suspended animation. Much like a cryogenic freeze, your cells are neither decaying or regenerating. However, as I've stated, the GN particles themselves are what's keeping them in this form of state of stasis. Without these GN particles, your body will begin to decay. Your life force will end. Your body will expire if these GN particles were to run out.
Veda,
Yes, Yolanda?
are you able to detect how much GN particles she has in?
Her body is approximately 60% saturated in GN particles.
And how long would that be able to sustain living a normal, simple lifestyle rather than a combat-induced one?
Functionally, several hundred years. However, any exertion of the human body may trigger a required drain of those GN particles.
Counter argument, though, on that one. In a combat scenario, if I always had the GN particles circulating, if combat were to become stressful enough, it might top me up more than I'm risking spending.
Potentially. However, the abundance of GN particles in the atmosphere or in whichever area that you currently reside would need to be exponentially larger than anything that your mobile suit is capable of producing. Your current mobile suit. There are, according to my records from Celestial Being, multiple mobile suits that are capable of generating an obscene amount of GN particles in a given location. These mobile suits may prove sufficient. However, their locations are unknown.
Fair enough. We'll just have to keep an eye out for those then.
Uploading the information on the required mobile suits to your PDA. On your PDA, you will now see records of 4 notable mobile suits. Let me pull up the actual name and designation of these mobile suits. Give me a sec.
Are they the ones from Double O?
The mobile suits listed are the CB-002 Raphael Gundam, the CB-NGN-003 Union Flag Celestial version, GN-002 RE Dynames Repair, GN-010 Gundam Zabanya, GNT-0000 Quant,
Yep.
Okay, thank you for getting me this.
As stated, the locations of these mobile suits are currently unknown. However, given the fact that these mobile suits were originally in Celestial Being's possession, it would not be that far to assume that they may have at least one of them in their possession still. Otherwise, Setsuna Fseye may also be another lead.
Yeah, I am really missing Setsuna at this point in time. I have not been able to contact them since, but as stated, I've been kind of on the fritz on that.
As stated,
But
any use of your GN particles will likely result in a reduction of your overall GN particle density.
So no more stopping time, understandable. See, Yolanda, I'm fine. I'll probably outlive everyone here. It's fine. Nobody believed me. I told you guys.
I'm not quite sure if this constitutes as being fine, but
Currently, I have the longest projected lifespan of everyone on either of these ships.
you're in good enough spirits to at least joke about it.
That is assuming that you
something.
go home, sit on the couch, and watch TV for the next 200 years.
Can we
I'm
compromise
looking-
at like 100 and I like meet someone cute along the way or something like that?
Fuck.
Yes, that is. Thank you for putting it so crassly.
Not what I meant. Who wants to go next? I have a lot to.
Look, I mean, that's a hard act to follow, okay? You know, so don't feel any pressure.
Yolanda, do you want to go next, or do you want to go next, or do you want me to? Do you want to go next? Do you want me to go next? Because I have a lot of information to probably feed into the machine. It's gonna be a lot. I have a lot of questions.
I mean, if you're just going to. Do you really need
Well,
me? I.
well,
Your.
up to you.
Whatever information is relevant to you is also probably relevant to myself. So you are probably a more suitable candidate for analysis than myself.
Yeah, there's my body, the weird things about my body, my blood, the way I connect to the gun cyst, which we don't understand. There's a lot to discover in there, and then it's like what drugs do to my body. Veda can test that out if she wants to, I guess. There's a lot. I feel like an overall scan would be good for the start. I want to know how much uh robotic things they put in me, because I obviously I'm a lot different than you guys in a lot of ways.
Well, yeah, but don't you have that fun fungi in your brain or whatever it is?
My Leia Vignana system, he turns around, it's like these 3 spikes coming out of my back. It connects to, like, I don't know, my spine. I don't know how it works. What do you say, Veda? Do you wanna
If you would like
you
for me to
wanna
scan you, please sit in the scanning bay.
before the scan, can I upload the data I have on my connection to the gun sys?
No.
So okay.
She just outright just tells you no before you even finish the sentence because she just like she doesn't need it.
Okay, so she already knows why I can connect to the. Okay, interesting. Sure, I'll sit in the chair.
After approximately 10 minutes of flashing lights and various scans, you don't inherently feel anything like Iris did. After the 10-minute scan, the lights shut off, and Veda has her report. Scan complete. Subject K111. Origin Mars.
Oh,
Oh, wait, I didn't get an origin. How come you get an origin?
I don't know.
Iris. Origin unknown.
Wait, even for you?
Your genetic makeup is not registered on any known family tree or ideology.
I mean, I
Oh,
joked
isn't?
about it being out of the way, but sorry, you go ahead, I was just off
Hmm.
guard by that.
As for K111,
Mm-hmm.
various anomalies have been detected throughout your body. Your Leia Vignana system seems to have been dormant for several years, likely since its initial injection into your body and installation. Something triggered it recently, and it's affected the microns. Each of your microbots within your bloodstream have converged primarily on your brain and have begun eating away at your brain tissue.
Mm.
Have you noticed any reduction in processing power, so to speak?
I'm already stupid.
Indeed, indeed. Your Leia Vignana microbots are slowly tearing apart your brain, replacing
Ah.
it with more nanobots. As for your connection to this gun cyst that you have referred to, this is likely the culprit. Whatever you did to connect with this mobile suit, so to speak, be it through your Leia Vignana system directly or through other means, whatever that was, seems to have activated a failsafe in your microbots.
Okay.
Otherwise, primary anomalies, those microbots are drifting, so to speak. Parts of their connection, whereas originally these kind of microbots would all be connected via a similar hive mind to the spikes on your back, the control posts for your Leia Vignana system. They seem to be drifting between that and another control point.
Okay.
The control point in question, I cannot ascertain the connection as it is heavily encrypted per nanobot and changes as per their learning protocols.
Ah.
Whatever system that they're linked to, it may likely have something to do with your ability to drift into the gun sys.
Right. Okay. I've noticed that different types of substances do different things to my body when I'm piloting. Like tranquilizers make me faster. Is that anything to be concerned about?
It appears as if the microbots within your bloodstream are catalyzing these substances in your body, and due to their location and close proximity to the brain, they seem to be dumping it, so to speak, as a method of reproduction as well. This could have the unintended side effect of causing various effects via your brain across your body.
Like, in terms of my, how long do you think this can continue before I'm brain dead?
Brain dead? No, 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 no. The nanobots are replacing parts of your brain, large parts of your brain. Should this
Oh.
continue, your consciousness would effectively be lost in that data stream, or data storm, as some would call it. In this data storm,
Oh.
your mind would be thus lost in that, uploaded via the effects of your nanomachines, likely forcing your consciousness to be stuck either in a limbo-like state or within the gun sys permanently.
So I would be effectively an AI?
Not inherently. Your consciousness would be digitally uploaded, so to speak. However, your human body would still be required to function, as the reconstructed variant of that brain would thus be sending effectively a wireless signal via whatever material that gun sys is made out of.
Okay.
Thus being, to put it in terms you would understand, K111, your body would fundamentally be used as the heart of your mobile suit, while your consciousness would be permanently locked to that mobile suit.
Does that mean my consciousness can bounce from suit to suit?
Potentially. However, that would be up to the nanobots functioning within your body. They would be required to connect to a new mobile suit before the transformation is fully completed.
Mm-hmm.
Should you fail to do this, your mind will be permanently locked to either the data storm itself or that particular mobile suit.
That's concerning. Do we have a rough estimate on how long this will take?
At the current pace, the nanobots seem to be going at a reduced pace. However, as stated, if any materials were to enter your bloodstream and force them to begin catalyzing at a faster rate, it could significantly speed up the process. Your brain is functionally 45% taken over.
Oh, great.
Going off of the current
Did-
rate, when would you say this began happening? When was your first experience with this drifting in your mobile suit?
Oh, God. Technically, it's been like 2 weeks.
At the current rate, you have approximately 5 weeks to live.
Great. Another tidbit. You analyzed my blood, yes?
Indeed.
Parasite?
Yes. There is a foreign microbe living within your brain, specifically.
A lot of things living in my brain.
The
Could you get
nanobots
one
have
to
been
eat the other?
instructed to leave it alone. However, it has integrated with the mechanical portions of your brain as well as the fleshy parts as well.
Okay.
This parasite is unknown to me, possibly through a genetic mutation or through a off-the-record biological experiment. This parasite seems fully functioning and partially cybernetic.
Mm. Is there anything that could be done about it?
It is possible to have it removed from the brain. However, this would likely require an immense amount of various substances to keep you sedated, which would also
Yeah, not a good idea.
significantly increase your nanomachine's production rate.
Yeah, it seems to connect to someone else's and have the ability to command me. Is there any way I can do the reverse and try to use it to command others?
This is not a mind flayer parasite.
What's a mind flare?
My apologies.
Good
No.
joke. Okay. Oh, will it eventually just die out, or like what's going on?
It will eventually, fundamentally,
Great. Fun.
however, due to the state of your brain and its catalyzation, it's quite possible that if it gets fully integrated via your nanomachines, the effects could still be present once you're fully immersed in the data stream.
So like this data storm that I'm gonna get eventually sucked into. Is there any research on it? Like getting out of it or no?
Via celestial being, very little information has been done about this property. The material you mentioned, permit, was it?
I guess. I don't really understand. I just know that I'm going up in tears.
My records show the foundation of permit and its discovery. However, any research or development done with it in the past several years, be it from Anaheim or Pastlite, is lost to me. My primary connections to those two platforms have been severed. If we wanted to get more information on it, you would have to directly upload my comm link to one of their mainframes.
Sounds good to me. Guess we also have to go back to Earth and find out this anonymous benefactor that the CLF is working with. Great. Well, I'm dying, gang.
Hey, welcome to the club.
You're gonna live too. You're gonna live like another 100 years. I have 5 weeks. Right. So, quick question: when my brain does go into the gun sys, why does my body, like my heart, stop and shit? Is that what's that all about?
Your body will not cease to function. Your body's continued function will be required for your consciousness to stay active.
Okay. Why is it that
In-
I appear dead?
Your fundamental functions will be significantly reduced once a full catalyzation of your brain occurs. However, if, for example, after this catalyzation were to occur and your body were to fully die, so would your consciousness in the gun sys and the data storm.
Mm. Well, I don't really have a gun sys anymore, so I don't have to worry about it for now. Well, I think I've learned everything I'm gonna learn here. I appreciate it, Veda.
Indeed. Always happy to help. Was there anyone else? Yolanda?
I'm just infected with the same parasites. That's all that's pertinent to myself. Oh, unless you want to root around and find any other things. I mean, for fuck's sake, Tibius is half robots. Iris is effectively a corpse in stasis piloted by GN fumes. K1's going to have a brain death. Might as well see what's gonna be wrong with myself.
Please, sit down at the scanning console.
She does that.
Same thing. About 10 minutes go by. About 10 minutes go by. You feel a pressure on the back of your mind. That is all. After the 10-minute scan, Vita gives you your report. Yolanda Galanus. Scanning. You are indeed infected with the same parasite as Mr. K111. However, other than that, you are currently in peak physical health.
Good job, Yolanda.
Something, I guess, but I don't feel good knowing that healthy in relative comparison.
Indeed. Was there anything else I could be of service for? Otherwise, I can go back to restitching Mario's cortex.
I do have one question.
Yes, K111.
Does a tree on a hill sound familiar?
No. In what way?
Okay. Well, when I first was doing the Gunsys thing, it brought me to this place with a tree on a hill. And it was like these layers that I had to like go through to gain control. I don't know.
Interesting. I would need more information on this permit-based network. As stated, I would have to receive that information from either Anaheim Electronics or Pastlite.
I mean, we're gonna blow up that place eventually, so you'll get what you need. So, how long do we think Mario's gonna need? A few days?
Mario would be up and running in approximately 6 hours.
Right. It seems like we need to have another group meeting to see what we're gonna do with our other group, I guess.
Oh, wait. I think I have a follow-up question about myself being off the record.
Indeed.
Because I don't know if this would be in your records, but I know someone else, I cannot place the name, it was one of them. It was one of the higher-ups in one of the other factions. They commented on how there hadn't been an innovator in 100 years, a new one?
Lock on?
No, I thought it was one of the talkie people. I know that's so useful, but in our line of work, we keep bumping into, like, CEO managerial types. Very chatty. I don't think it was Lock-On, because Lock-On was happy to have me join them, but no, it was... Maybe not. I might be missing it, but the point being... I know there's no immediate genetic markers or whatever, but I guess you could theoretically, who would have the resources and the tech to be trying to create a new innovator, unless it was genetic? But if it was genetic, I imagine that would have shown up in your records of the other innovators, wouldn't it?
Yes. Celestial Being has done significant research on innovators and the onset of that species development. Innovators were surprisingly common approximately 300 years ago. However, after a period of stagnation in the human race, new innovators stopped appearing, even those who were offspring of innovators. It seemed to be a temporary mutation in the human genome, and it's thus reverted. The fact that you yourself are in fact an innovator is indeed a genetic marker. However, we have not, nor has Aeolia Shinberg, ever been able to ascertain exactly why the human genome mutates in such a way.
But if I sprung up on a random middle-of-nowhere colony, even as a random fluke evolution, you'd still have me on the colony's genetic records, and the fact that I'm not even on a random colony's genetic medical records, wouldn't that imply at the very least...
It could be possible for genetic engineering to be involved. However, without significant knowledge of your records, there would be nothing that I could necessarily patch into.
That's fair.
If,
Like, the
however,
logic
you
hold, right? Or at least something weird?
it is possible that there could be some sort of genetic markers within your makeup that are causing this. However, the more likely aspect is an outside force. Innovators, while typically created via genetic means, can thusly be created via other means as well. Before the great age of the innovators, it was often surmised that these abilities would manifest to those who most need them in their most dire times. It is, in a way, an evolution to allow humanity to exist in space.
That is really interesting. Because I will say it absolutely has, at the very least a couple of times, been exactly what we've needed. I just found it so weird, because, like, I thought that I had at least a fairly normal upbringing, so for it to all just be question marks... Feels like I missed something.
It is quite possible. If I had access to your colony's records or your family tree data, I may be able to surmise an answer for you. However, with my current access, I cannot locate that information.
Of course, of course, of course. Yeah, absolutely understandable. It was just. It just struck me as odd, and I'd been ignoring this whole time because, like, it kept jumping up where, like, even the heads of major factions would have. I'd just give them my name, and they'd be like, "We have no idea who you are." It's like, oh, okay, you have details, deeply monitoring the most random of strangers, but like, I mean, even Mr. Buff Pants insisted that I was a fake name or something like that.
Indeed, Iris. Whatever is happening with your records and information, and your origins, it seems as though someone or something doesn't want us to know about them.
I'll keep you posted if we find any information. I know we're on the hunt as it is anyway, so hopefully we can get something out of somewhere. It had been nagging me as odd, but I didn't know what to do with it until even a supercomputer couldn't.
The CFO headquarters, it's been often speculated that they have a repository of paper files chronicling almost anything you could think of over the past 500 years, up until about the last 20 or so, when the headquarters was primarily retrofitted for military purposes. If you could find that repository, that may have some unedited documents. Assuming that this data did exist at some point at all.
Yeah, it might have just been entirely. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Yeah, that's appreciated. That's appreciated.
As one thing of note, while I do contain and am patched into the direct connections for the CFO SLF and various other computing technologies around the system, there is one notable part of human history I do not have access to. And that is any files relating to the foundation and or creation of Jupiter's void.
That sounds like an incredibly stressful place to be born. Where you would need a lot of help.
Indeed.
I will keep that in mind if I live that long.
I hope to see it someday.
I mean, it'd be very useful information for you to see it before and after, I imagine.
Indeed. Any information at all pertaining to Jupiter's void would be greatly appreciated.
Well, I think I at least have a planning map. We should probably report back to Tibius. They're kind of our de facto leader. Though, I am curious on that as well. I know he's more technological. No, I guess he's more just the CEO type. I was gonna say, that older guy. Because he did seem intelligent about that whole company he ran or whatever, but I imagine running the company is not quite the same as working for it. I wasn't sure if we just wanted another intelligent head in the room to discuss things.
And with that, Veda falls silent.
Yolanda, are you gonna be okay? I know that probably is rich coming from me, but it can't be easy being a doctor in these times.
The 2000s are really right. AI is going to take our jobs.
I mean, I don't know how artificial I would call her intelligence, though I don't know if anyone else noticed that.
This is probably a discussion for outside of this ship.
Absolutely. Maybe we should reconvene in some capacity, now that we've got a lot more information on the table. I do have some ideas at the very least. I know we're trying to figure out where we might want to go or need to go. And I'm more than happy to hear everyone else out, but once we reconvene, I can pass my thoughts along at least.
I'm not there yet. I can't say anything.
That was why I said, yeah, once we reconvene.
Are we going to reconvene then?
Sounds good. I don't know if either of Huntild's characters need anything. They seemed to need more time and privacy than anything else to discuss whatever it is they need to discuss.
They're just wallowing alone, away from each other.
Either way, if nobody else impedes it, Team Iris reconvenes.
Alrighty. Where are you guys reconvening at?
Like, we should have a group reconvene at some point, but I feel like at the very least on this point, if we're going to discuss, like, our own personal goals and needs, we can meet up as our team and then tell the other team, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing, this is what we're feeling like doing. I think that makes sense to me. And we'll meet up back on our base ship. I think all the ships were at least in working enough order where we could move between them. Even if this one was the nicest one we had. Yes, no, maybe?
I mean, Tobias is just over on the temp ship, so.
Yeah. We'll grab Tobias. Very obviously, because he should be a part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, we head to the temp ship.
Head to the temp ship, tell Tobias just all of the base medical stuff that we've learned on the in-between. As at least a starting point.
Okay.
But with that information on the table, I don't know exactly what we can do for K111. Like, I know there's a lot on the table, like information we can gather and stuff, but I know at the very least it sounds like I should be chasing up Celestial Being, potentially.
There's,
Yeah.
you know, there's nothing really to do. I'm fucking dying.
I
I'm
mean,
sure there's some way to... Go ahead.
the way things have been going for us, I don't think any one of us has a particularly long life expectancy.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's more than 5 weeks.
Bro, we blew up the moon.
Yeah, that's
We
fair.
shouldn't have survived that.
I didn't survive
Our
that,
life
in fairness.
expectancy. You're correct. One of us didn't.
Also, notably, K111, you're not dying in 5 weeks. You are just becoming Gundam in 5 weeks.
Right, my brain's gonna be permanently attached to a fucking suit that has to be maintained and taken care of on a daily basis.
You mean like the
I'm
human body?
No, because I'm picturing him trying to use
Right,
like the Gundam to
both.
take care of his own body as if it's like a doll in a dollhouse.
Right.
Like the Gundam is
I'm
reaching in
basically-
the open windows to like feed him.
My- Well, here's the thing. Yeah, basically, I'm going to be fed through a straw, and I'm going to be laying there while my mind is trapped in a mechanical machine, unable to do anything besides fight.
Well,
While you guys have to, like, have my body hooked up permanently to machines to keep my body alive.
now, hold on that one. Because, as I think someone here will remember very vividly, Alis had a body. It was a pretty good body. It wasn't a giant mecha-sized thing stomping around.
Who?
My brain mate. My mind flare parasite, if you will.
He had a body?
He had a body.
Had.
I thought it was an AI trapped in a. Okay.
It was an AI. But it had a body.
And you were only told you were guaranteed to become Zeta over the next 5 weeks. And that if properly manipulated or housed or taken care of, you might have a bit more control over of how that body ends up.
Like, there is definitely means to upload at the very least, artificial intelligence into a walking human-sized frame, which is an offer that I have made to Alice previously.
Why don't I have a dumber idea? Why don't we just make a very small mobile suit the size of a human that I get stuck into?
That's
I'm not explaining
what
it
I'm
to him.
saying.
Yeah. Well, there's the rest of my broken gun sys that could be turned into a small human.
We just take
It's
that.
just the. Go ahead.
Mario
we
can figure
take
it out.
the computer portion of Gunsys. We house it in a much smaller suit. Maybe use some of the leftover Gundanium we can salvage.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question of
It'd be fairly indestructible.
whether it'd just be a question of whether or not you can actually put a living consciousness into a machine.
Which it seems like
Apparently,
we
you have a genetic advantage on that.
Yeah, I guess. Listen,
No.
I don't really understand it. I don't understand how this data storm thing works, but it's fucking my brain's going to it.
Well, I mean, it is potentially avoidable, and even if it's not avoidable, there are potentially better outcomes than others. So, you know,
Fair.
I'm not calling it perfect. I'm just saying, leads wise,
Yeah, I won't. There's just gonna be a lot of things I'm gonna miss, like being able to eat food and taste things.
I mean, again, hopefully we can get a best outcome on that one, but we don't currently have any leads on saving that part of you yet, unfortunately. We might find them. We might find them.
I mean, our best shot for that is Anaheim Electronics, but that's far on our list of things that need to get done. So I feel like my idea of what we should do is obviously those guys over there, they're stronger than us. So they should go and attack the ship class and the planet. And we should go also to Earth to go and get Say. Right?
I'm not
I
sure.
had an idea that might be a selfish idea, that might be a group serving idea.
Let's hear it.
So I need to find a much larger supply of denser GN particles than even my current
Right.
generator is capable of outputting, which we have a list of potential reactors that we could use for that
Mm-hmm.
as a way of curing my current condition. I would heavily wager that such a powerful suit would also likely be fairly capable of
God damn it, Jade.
helping us penetrate Jupiter's void.
You want to go into Jupiter's void?
I want to find a mobile suit strong enough to get us through Jupiter's void unimpeded.
Well,
Which
let's
would
see if we can
conceivably
find one.
also.
But I'm of the
Okay.
mind. I'm of the mind that any attack on that orbital laser is going to have to be done with a significant amount of force. And as things stand right now, the SLF has all of the force right now. There is I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say a minor faction of CFO soldiers at this point that are capable of holding the line. And those are being infiltrated by Paulette. We need reinforcements. And
Yes.
at best, 8 pilots is not going to turn the tide of that. Like, not to beat around the bush, we're pretty cool. We've done some amazing shit. But we're not turning the tide of that battle. We need
True.
reinforcements. We need to try and get, either by force or by persuasion, we need to try and get more on that side. Otherwise, it's just a suicide mission.
Quick question at that point then. Who does Anaheim Atronics, who do they work under?
CFO. No, sorry, not CFO. SLF. I keep getting them confused.
No,
Like both.
you were right both times.
Oh.
Sure.
Basically by both sides of the...
So
Yeah. Okay.
potentially we have to go to the place that we attacked and escaped from.
And additionally, Pastlite is under the direct control of the SLF because they outright removed my father from power.
Well, why don't we just go back and take that power?
That's kind of where my head's at. We would probably likely find a GN particle generator.
There.
I don't
mean,
just need any GN particle generator, I need a very state-of-the-art, likely celestial being made.
They also might have more information on this permit stuff that Veda wants to help me.
I mean, it's means, it's materials, it's answers, and it's numbers. Like even if we can't gain materials and numbers, we can at least stop them from producing materials and numbers, so that the SLF doesn't have further numbers to exacerbate the battle. Anaheim, I don't have a clue on because I'm look, on both of these I'm biased. Okay, I'm not exactly going to beat around the bush on that.
Fair.
If 6 months ago I wanted to burn Pastlite to the fucking ground, today I want to burn Anaheim to the ground for putting this fuck in my head.
Yes.
Oh, you love it.
I don't. I've given you so many opportunities to try and be better, and you just fucking refuse.
What do you mean? We've been working together just fine.
Who is we?
Oh, you're right. Me and your brain here have been working just fine.
Yeah. Which brings me
Well-
to another fucking thing I want to try and tackle before we do anything. I want Veda to take a look at me. And I've been
That's-
trying to puzzle out how to do it.
Well, we could first strap you down to a table.
The table isn't the issue. Like it's not an autonomy issue. It's a computer connection issue. Like even me being on board the ship, Alice could make an infiltration attempt and attempt to remove Veda from the network or override her systems and take control of that ship entirely.
I'm assuming putting you in a tinfoil hat's not going to help.
I was
That
actually
is the
make that
extent of
joke
my knowledge.
if there
It's
was a way
really-
for us to block the outgoing signal, so Alice would be trapped temporarily, per se.
Well, you used to be able to do that. It hurt like
you
it hurt
also-
like a motherfucker, but you did used to be able to do that, Iris.
you
I don't know if you
used
still
to
can.
also like I don't know. You were able to shunt me out of my other consciousness, which was weird as well.
Alternatively, it's not a tin hat, and Tobias is going to pull out one of the collars and set it on the table.
Ah, what I was talking about earlier. Yeah.
If Veda, and I do mean specifically Veda, could reprogram this, that if she detects any kind of electronic infiltration, she can trigger it.
I mean, simpler concepts.
I have.
If
Keep going. My bad.
And Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm willing to help you to the best of my abilities. However, even ignoring the theoretical lifespan risks associated, I've also just not been rolling so hot lately. Like, even if I tried half the time, it's just not been going too well, which might make it even worse.
I mean, this is literally the best solution I have. If I am wearing this, and Veda's on the programs, if I do it, Alice will know how to undo it. So I can't do this.
I have a really interesting but dumb idea. So, this collar, instead of reprogramming the things in it, Veda said she had a hard time, or would have an extremely hard time reprogramming, if not impossible, my cells, my things. If we put that in there, and then I control your brain.
Well, I was simply going to say if I was no longer having to gamble, because if my powers went on the fritz in the midst of the operation, I wouldn't be able to suppress it anymore, but if my powers were no longer on the fritz, I could likely just suppress Salus while you had your scan, if Veda trusted me to do that.
We also don't know how much lifespan you just suck away from yourself when you're using your abilities, so we can't.
That's why I said after we get that sorted, though. If we can get me sorted, it would then be child's play to get your scan done. It would still have to wait a little bit longer, but it'd be
I would just have to,
potentially better than you detonating.
Unless you want my cells to run around through your body and let me try to fight Veda, like square up.
We don't need a third person infected with your weird parasite thing that you got from a woman in a bar. That sounds really awkward when I say it that way.
Well, that's another good idea. That's another good idea.
I don't think that's a good idea. I disagree.
No.
Got crabs.
So listen. So did you leave me alone? So listen.
Oh, hey, look.
So
we're done. With
that's
this
another.
topic.
That's another thing though. The brain, the parasite. What will that do to Alice?
I don't think
Not a
we
clue.
would
It's
wanna-
not. Yeah.
Well, from
Not worth
what
examining.
Veda Veda told me, it's integrated into mine. Like, and they kind of. I wouldn't
Are
say
you
that they're
trying to
fighting
get him
each
hooked
other.
on your drugs?
No, I'm saying there's a good chance that the color idea is a good idea, but I think A-List will hack it.
I'm
Because Veda
almost
can
certain
hack
that he
it.
will. I'm almost certain
Right.
that he will try.
But if we use my shit that Veda can't hack, then I think it's just a good idea. I'll just have I'll have a battle of wills in your brain to
No.
fight
Right,
him.
but then there's a virus inside of Alice and Tobias.
I'll
An
just have Veda
external-
separate the cells. I'll just have Veda separate the.
She can't.
An external what's the word I'm looking, inhibitor would be better. I think Iris has the right idea. I think we go and find whatever Iris needs in order to maintain your current state.
If not better, but at the very least.
Yeah, and we can answer that question then. Until then, I just have to keep on this thing. I just have to keep trying.
I
don't
would be willing
need-
to attempt it prior, but I'd be terrified of if I
I
made a
would
single
not-
mistake.
I would not be
Well,
comfortable with you attempting prior, Iris. I'm just going to tell you that
Why?
right now.
Why do you need her to scan you when all the data you need is over at Anaheim Electronics? They're over there. We had your procedure done. They have that probably cataloged somewhere. You can go get it.
Because it's not a scan that I want. I want to see if Veda can come up with a removal.
I like how we think Alice is just gonna let us do any of this.
I know full well he's not. I know he's listening. Like, what the fuck do you think we were talking about the entire time you guys were gone?
I don't.
This has
I don't
turned into
know.
a back and forth for a while. I can't figure out what he's thinking 90% of the time, but he's definitely picked up on what my fucking thinking habits are.
I mean, if Veda can make a copy of herself in 1v1, you in your mind, that would be interesting.
I'm just gonna spoil this one for any. Mm,
I mean, we shouldn't do it, but we should at least attempt it.
Yolanda,
No,
is
not
this
the
safe
mind thing.
information
Not
to
the mind
share?
thing. Sorry. My bad.
Yolanda, I think I detected information, and I'm just a little concerned if I'm safe to share it in front of Alice or not. Because part of me thinks Alice might already know, and part of
Best
me
to keep it from me. Best to keep it from me. If I don't know, it's less like. Go ahead. Sorry.
Out of character, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that was yeah. Iris hadn't fully had the chance to share it yet, but it's
Oh.
she detected some sort of new type pull off of Veda, so I don't think Veda could duplicate herself because
I see.
she's not just an AI. She wouldn't just be training a new AI. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure there's some sort of
So Veda's kind of like me. Interesting.
Regardless,
yeah.
I wouldn't. I think we need a little time before we try anything regarding Veda and Aelus and Tibius.
I agree.
I think that Veda is a very, very powerful individual entity, very powerful intelligence, and one that we are in good graces with for the moment. I do not trust.
Fuck, did my internet bug out again?
No, she didn't. She does not trust Hardcut.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I thought that was on my end because my internet's been acting wonky today.
What I think is it's going to be difficult no matter what we do.
Not to reiterate a resurrected, already beaten horse. Compared the fuck to what?
I mean, we're talking about your life.
I look at the people in this room. Somewhere along the line, our lives stopped fucking mattering to the rest of the universe.
I mean, only 3 of us are abominations.
Excuse you, I am a monstrosity, not an abomination.
I am an aberration at best.
I was
I'm an
created
affront
this
to
way?
I'm an affront to the divine beings.
Oh, I need to have a talk with you later as well, because you know, where I was born, I don't think isn't a place anymore.
In fairness, where I was born was never a place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to be examined at some point.
Where I lived was dropped on another planet, I'm pretty sure.
Same.
Am I right? Mars was dropped on
Vice
Mercury.
versa. Something was dropped on Mars.
I thought Mars was
our
dropped on
other
Mercury.
No, our other party was on Mars when something got dropped on it.
Oh, right. It was one of Saturn's moons. I have
Yeah.
it in my notes. Wow. Great.
So
Well-
what's our first pick then?
I guess we gotta go to Anaheim. I feel like this is a Veda question because
Well-
she has an idea in her brain of how she wants us to do this.
No, because see, here's the thing, and I mean, this is, I think... I do know to some extent it is selfish of me to be like, hey, maybe we should go stop me from dying. But the solution to stop me from dying is to drastically get more power under our belt. And considering we do have at least some people that we trust enough to work with that aren't monologuing at us, we could potentially trust them to handle something else. Like, we could go on a more targeted attack. While I don't think any of, like, I definitely do agree, like, we should be getting more reinforcements before we go into any bigger fights. But if we could go gather allies, gather tech, gather power in some capacity, and while we do that, they handle some of the more time-sensitive pressing issues.
Yeah.
You know, if we
that
go
makes sense.
investigate something, and while we investigate something, they take care of something. Like, I'm not saying either group, either of us just kind of sit on our hands and do nothing, but...
Yeah, the
Right.
question is, do they want to go assault the base or go assault the ship? I guess. I don't know.
I mean, regardless, we can't hit the base or the ship until we have means. Like, we could make a strike against the base, probably. The mothership is a whole other problem. The mothership is a whole other problem, and that's the attack that we're going to need numbers and resources and reinforcements. The base, we might be able to send a team in, and we might be able to get something accomplished, but what is our objective for hitting that base? Like, what's our goal there?
And that was
Is
the
it
other part I
just
had
to-
with attacking a celestial being, is they are a third faction that maybe we can get on our side, or maybe we can
Right. We
get
need
out of
Seiya
the
for that.
equation.
All right. Seiya for that. He's on Earth.
Yeah, because Tsuna was fairly good to us. I mean, we did save them, so it makes sense, but we could like...
I didn't want him to leave the ship.
I mean, we weren't really in a bargaining position.
We have never had a
Fair.
bargaining position as to what goes on or off of our ship.
Very fair.
And now our ship
mean-
is over there in wreckage.
I mean, and we could go rectify
Maybe
that.
it's problem solved. Maybe it was the ship that was the problem.
Fuck.
I would hate that so much. So I guess our current picks are, we either go after Seiya or we go after Pastlite, right? Those are our two picks we're looking at right now.
I
Well,
think those are the big
Pastlite
ones.
is on the way to Earth, so it makes more sense to go to one before the other.
Satsuna was also either no longer on Earth or had been moved to a much more secure location on Earth.
It'd
And
be
I
Either
tried
way,
to-
we gotta.
Yeah.
either way, we got to go to CFO headquarters and get that information.
Yeah, and we need to, because CFO
Which
seemed like it
is-
was being infiltrated. I don't know how long I would want to leave them in the midst of being infiltrated personally.
Yeah,
Would
so
it
that's going to be
be-
its own shit show.
Would it be prudent to make a physical call to the leader of the? I keep forgetting her name. I'm gonna
Dominique.
get upset. Dominique. Would it be prudent to have a video call with Dominique to ask her where it's at? Where Say is at currently?
Prudent?
Well-
No. Whether or not it would work, that probably wouldn't be the case.
I mean, we can.
I'm sorry,
we
prudent, yes. Whether or not it would work.
We can barter. Be like, listen. I don't know if we need to. I don't know if we should tell her. We should make sure that the line's secure first. We'll like have Veda test it. Be like, listen, if the line's secure and there's nobody in the room, we can talk to her because we're trying to save Earth, right? We might as well work with her.
I don't know how much I would ever trust us making a long distance call of, hey, by the way, you've been infiltrated with an organization that's trying to take you over.
Through minimum 2 enemy controlled territories.
Well,
Mhm.
it's not about telling her
Minimum
that
of 2.
information. It's about finding Say first, and then if more information is needed, we'll give her slights. We don't have to give her all the information.
Except we don't have anything to offer.
We have the Ptolemy.
We don't have
Well,
anything
no.
to offer. We don't have the Ptolemy. And right now, the crew of the Ptolemy, issues that I may have with one of them, the crew of the Ptolemy are the only people that we can actively consider actual fucking allies right now. Because I'm sorry, Yolanda, but I do not trust the CFO.
I don't trust any of them. I just
You
want
mean
to
the
save the planet.
SLF?
Who the fuck is the one on Earth? I have fucked this up like 8 times.
CFO. CFO is on
SLF.
Earth.
CFO?
SLF is on Earth. They are the Shaitan Liberation Front, the group that I am currently working with. I was previously employed by the CFO, the massive employers who are currently 90% dominance in ruling this solar system. The CFO are the big bads. The SLF are the rebels.
Could one of them put like
Okay.
Earth or Rebels in their names or something?
Yeah, that would make this fucking easier. So the SLF is Earth, and the
Yes.
CFO is space.
Yes.
Okay, I have that in all caps on my notes.
Did you think the one with S in it was the space one?
You would.
You would. That's why I. Yep. Okay.
Anyway,
Like, I'm sure they had a committee about this whole naming convention thing and stuff like that. Like,
Okay. I don't trust either side. I just want to save the Earth. I want.
regardless of whatever the fuck we're doing, I don't trust the SLF any more than I trust the CFO.
I want to trust the commander, even though I know it's gonna fuck us. Like, I want to trust her because she has ample reason to trust us with information, or at least Yolanda with information. So,
Yeah, but I see that like regardless of whether or not we actually get to have a secure conversation with that commander, that conversation goes 3 ways. Slim odds they believe us, they'll give us the information that we want, and they'll do as we say. Fucking slim odds. The CFO intercepts it, is aware of what we're going to try and do, and is just going to bull rush the base. Or SLF doesn't believe us or decides to take advantage of that situation, and we end up on now the most wanted list of 2 major organizations that are at war.
I mean, the CFO probably has a good idea of what's going on, anyways.
yeah, they probably know about an off-the-books brain parasite hive mind that's slowly taking over their opponents.
Well,
Action?
not that, but like they're probably aware that they told us to leave the planet, and they I'm pretty sure they can
They told us to leave the
detect
planet because
or
they were
aware that they're
glassing the
going to get
planet.
attacked. Well,
This
I don't know what we're going to
may
do,
sound
but
like
whatever.
this may
I don't-
sound like a weird play, but I think if we want to try and get an in on someone that can potentially help us, at least in the interim, while we make our way there, it might be in our best interest to contact Paulette.
Okay, keep cooking.
We already know that Paulette is assembling people that have infiltrated the SLF. Like, this is known to us, right? Or have I done that thing where I confuse the factions again?
No.
Okay.
Do you think she'll know where Say is? Probably, actually.
I think she may have enough feelers in place where she can figure it out. She
What's
may
she
be
get
able
out
to
of it?
perform. She wants the same thing that you do, doesn't she? She wants to save the Earth, and
I
she
don't
just
fucking
believes
know
that
at this
Dominique.
point.
All right. I mean, regardless, it couldn't hurt us to have a conversation. So we can either have her secure Say for us, or at least find out where he is for us, or worst case scenario, we can inform her that we are performing an operation, and we need someone who can stay alive to keep the mothership occupied. Like, that's the best I can offer.
Mm.
I don't know how much we should tell anyone we're looking for Say because I
I
don't
can't
like
disagree
answering
with that.
the why on that one because I don't think answering the why on that one is ever going to go well.
Let's just
Correct.
not
I agree
answer the
with you.
why. We'll just tell them you want an answer. Fuck you. That's why.
Alternatively, if we just tell if we just go ahead and tell Paulette, hey, we're familiar with, or we're performing an operation to stop CFO. If you can intercept or slow the progress of that mothership, blah blah blah. I don't know. I don't know.
Definitely agree
Like,
with that idea.
there's so
Definitely
many
agree with
different
that
directions
idea.
here.
Is if we can try and put a stall on it or something. I definitely agree with that.
But like, we need time, and the longer that mothership is active, the less time we have.
Yeah. I don't know how strong this force is, and I don't know if they're going to be strong enough to attack that ship and or stall that ship. But whatever.
Right. It like, I don't know.
I know some of
There's
the
just too
teams
many
thought they
other.
were invincible and sounded like they were going to take the world once they'd taken over. I do still think if we can fire Team Hive Mind against Team.
Where is? Sorry. Just completely different mindset. I'll fucking ask
Yeah.
that question after we're done talking about this.
I mean, that's just kind of my opinion, is they seemed to think they were invincible, and I know we don't want them to successfully infiltrate the SLF, but if they seem to think they're invincible and they do want to stop things,
Well,
if we could just
from
get
what
them to go.
I remember from Paulette and our conversation at the bar a previous time, she accounted times where she fought the Hush Mile with her gaggle of friends and they lost. And when the Hush Mile, from what I can tell, attacked the ship, maybe it was all of it or part of it or whatever, that thing got fucking eviscerated. So I don't know if the power is equal
It
at
doesn't
all.
have to be.
It doesn't have to be. They just have to stall.
They just have to. Because again, like, they sounded like they believed they were invincible. So
Alright.
regardless of
If we
outcomes or
can-
expected outcomes, if we can just play into that.
If we can draw actual battle lines and get the forces in place, we can at least create a stall tactic until we can do something.
If they can put damage on the ship that makes it need repairs, if they can eat up some of those forces while we take out the resupply.
Yeah. And like any group that is capable of infiltrations, I would find it very difficult to believe they are only infiltrating one side of the battle. Unless Paulette is actually working for CFO, in which case, boy, that's a bad idea.
I wouldn't say it's not a possibility.
It's not a possibility.
I'm not saying that it's not a possibility. My bad. I'm saying it's
Okay.
possible.
Wow, those they really are eating your brain, aren't they?
Yeah.
I feel like we're stuck.
So yeah, we can like. I mean, regardless, we've got to put out there to we've got to do something. Like,
I
do
mean,
we
the
make-
way
do
I
we
see
make-
it is this group is going to Anaheim Electronics. In terms of the other group, I have no fucking clue. And we are going to have a conversation with
Are we going to
either
Anaheim or are we going to Pastlite? I thought we were going to Pastlite.
Isn't they the same place?
They're not the same place.
They're not the same place?
Jada, are those two on the same planet? I don't believe they are.
Pastlite and Anaheim, no. Those are two separate locations.
Okay.
I know there were two factions at play, but I thought one of the factions at play was the like CFO or SLF, and then
So the way I remember it, Pastlite is under direct control of CFO because Eifman literally got removed from that company so that CFO can take direct control of it. Anaheim is the one that's playing both sides, but is probably going to start counting the losses for SLF sooner rather than later, if they haven't already. Because we're not exactly up to date on the news.
once they start running them out of money, it'll probably just be.
Mm-hmm. So, like, if we hit Pastlite, we can at least cut off a major distributors for CFO. And if we hit Anaheim, we can focus a lot more resources towards SLF.
So we send one group to do one and one group to do the other.
Also, more likely, we'll find a proper GN drive for Iris to be able to use if we can hit both locations.
Which team do we want to send where?
My incredibly biased ass would love to go to Pastlite.
Okay.
I'm still a little concerned about just leaving CFO and SLF just alone for too long, especially because of Paulette. Like, as much as we can use Paulette as a resource, she is kind of attempting a coup, and I just want to make sure we are aware of that one on the table.
Oh, yeah, I'm very aware.
So I'm still of the opinion contact needs to be made. Like,
Yeah,
even if the conversation goes poorly, like, we need to try and convince her, like, delay, stall, like, bigger problems are happening on your doorstep before you deal with Dominique's leadership or lack thereof, or whatever the fuck her perspective is.
Yeah, if we want to try and stall Paulette, that's a different story.
Yeah. But I think at the very least we do need to make contact with Paulette. Like, stopping her is still on the table. Like, stopping her, helping her, I don't care. Fixing that problem is still definitely on the table. But we got to deal with this.
Where is Pastlite located?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask Avita for that.
Or Eifman.
Or Eifman, yes.
Hey,
I
Jade,
feel like your
where's
dad.
Pastlite located?
Wow. Oh, you don't even remember where your own corporation's located. I see.
We never established it.
I mean, you didn't.
Correct.
Give
Fucking
me a
next thing we know, it's
sec.
back. It'd be really funny. It's like, oh, it's back on Saturn.
It's on Mars.
No, Mars is gone.
I've always assumed it was on like Deimos or something, but that's me.
Deimos Machina. I feel like
I mean, Tobias would know that too.
your dad's gonna definitely want to go and take over that company again.
No,
That makes sense.
Out of character. I've been once Anaheim.
Oh. Why don't you just take over both companies then? Work for that. Try to do that shit.
Man, let's see if either character can remain intelligent enough to plan that out.
Make it work. You have the muscle. You just gotta put brains in there. It's called
All
a
right.
hostile takeover.
Are you ready? Pastlite Industries is located, their primary production base, at least as far as A1 Eifman would know, is located on the moon Io. One of Jupiter's
That is-
many moons.
yeah.
On to Jupiter's. Oh, we're right there.
We are right there. And then Anaheim, at least the structure that we're familiar with, that was over on Soul Shores.
Shoal Sands, yes.
Shoal
Reliquary,
Sands.
yeah.
Everyone
Reliquary.
fucks it up every time.
I literally had it written as Shoal Shores on my fucking notes. I've changed it.
That is a place of ire that I would like to see wiped off the planet, but no, I want to go take it.
The Reliquary, just the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. So,
I think it's time to
We know
have
what we're
this
gonna
meeting with.
and
with,
if
yeah.
if Pastlite is right there, our temp ship can definitely handle that attack.
Mm-hmm.
How do we want to play this?
Isn't the Ptolemy still kind of fucked up their navigation? They need their navigation array from the Will of the Wisp to run correctly.
I thought we fixed that already.
Yeah, you guys fixed it.
Okay. Okay, good. Sounds like a plan to me. Let's go talk to the other group and see what they say about this plan. Let's go ask Veda as well, because Veda herself seems to be more
so
aware of things than
I obviously
we are.
can't be there for these communications.
Yeah, you can. Just be video call.
All right.
That makes sense. Phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, you guys are going to go head off and meet up with the other party. Before we do that, however, we're going to take a quick BRB. How's that sound for everybody?
Sounds good.
Sure.
Okay.
Alrighty. Get some water, all that good stuff. We will be right back. And we are back. Everyone has been unmuted, which is lovely and perfect. So awesome.
Professional setup.
Very highly professional setup, you know.
I mean, we've just been here alive and talking. The recordings picked all that up during the BRB.
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
I was gonna say, did we jade it again, or?
Thanks. Anywho, as you guys were planning on talking to the other party to finally kind of assess and plan where everyone is going. So obviously, you guys, I'm assuming you contact the other ship, and you guys set up a meeting spot on their ship with Veda. Sans Tibius. Tibius is going to be calling via video call.
I'm on the space Skype.
Mm-hmm.
So stupid. Is anybody gonna start or?
Oh, are we all at the table? Like, what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of what I want to know. What's going on? You asked for a meeting, so
Thank you for meeting with us. We have been discussing possible options for our course of action. We are pretty sold on, well, not pretty sold, but we think we have an idea of what course of action should be for both my crew and yours as well, if you'll indulge us.
we'll proceed then.
What was the plan again? We go to Pastlite and then they go where?
Anaheim.
Right now, we do not possess the means to. We do not possess the firepower, the strength to face any side of the war, this conflict at the moment. We wish to seek means to help restore one of our most capable allies, Miss Iris Clarke here. In order to do that, we would need a suitable GN reactor, a mobile suit with a that outputs enough GN particles for her to bathe herself in it and restore some of her vitality. We feel that getting involved, getting ourselves, we want to raid Pastlite and Anaheim Electronics. We feel that my team would be better suited for dealing with Pastlite, while yours would be better suited for.
Did Ren cut out again, or is my internet?
Yeah, she cut out. She said Anaheim.
Okay.
Is there any questions, objections, opinions, concerns? What's your feelings? What's your take on all of this?
I would like to know how much you have planned. What is your goal to take to on your assault on Pastlite?
To claim a new mobile suit for it's a two-sided mission. One, to try to cripple the technologies that are getting poured into both sides of the war against the CFO and the SLF. But also we need to find a new mobile suit that outputs enough GN particles to rebathe our companion over here to rejuvenate herself.
We're kind of just hoping celestial being our friends show up.
Do you believe that to be a possibility on either mission?
Probably.
I mean, we bump into them basically every time we don't want to, so I guess odds are you'll bump into them.
Okay.
Not 100% certain yet, but that just seems to be the way of it.
And we're planning on both teams as they currently are approaching this mission, or are you looking to move personnel around?
I mean, that's an interesting idea. I don't. This is K1. K1 doesn't really know which base he wants to go for, just because he knows that Anaheim Electronics might have research that he might be looking for. But then again, like, he wants to stay with his group, so it's kind of a mixed bag.
I Swapping around personnel is tricky. Neither of our sides have the war with each other, but I do believe that at least one party member from this group here should tag along with you, just because just so that we have somebody in the know of what's going on with Iris and the innovators, the new types. Somebody who's a bit more familiar with that and what the goal for that is.
Okay. So who among your number would join our crew in the Anaheim raid? Because the only person that can't is my son.
I mean, K1 might go.
I mean, K1 wants to go. He does need attention kept on him.
I guess, and
Just
then
because
Leo
he
can go to
has
the
some
other
health
group.
concerns as well.
Yeah, and Leo can come over to the other side if that's what we don't want to
And
do.
then
It could either be K1, myself, or both if necessary. Unless Iris wishes to switcheroo.
I was trying to juggle that one in my head. So, you know the whole "a watched pot never boils"? Or the timer always goes off, like, the thing always happens just the moment you look away?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out if it's worth attempting to go for the fake out, as illogical as it would sound.
Fake out for...
Finding Celestial Being.
Hmm.
I mean, do you have any leads to locate them currently?
We know where exactly one member used to be, and they're in the middle of a coup as potential collateral damage, and at either of these facilities.
then short of getting involved in that coup yourself, you'd have to draw one out.
Yeah, they tend to try and... I don't want to say bring peace, because that feels like not... Which one do you think is going to have bigger collateral damage? Like, not that we want collateral damage, but...
You blew up the moon.
Yeah, and we haven't seen them since. It's the weirdest thing. Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're questioning collateral damage, that line has been crossed. That line has been crossed, stomped to pieces, and you told the line's mother to go fuck itself. Collateral damage has already occurred as much as it's going to occur.
Well, let's not jinx it.
I'm just saying, don't bother taking collateral damage into consideration for whatever your plan is going to be.
oh no, it's more that they just... I can't seem to describe it elsewhere, and I don't know if either of you can either, but they seem to just show up wherever stuff gets noisy. Like, I don't think they're actually allied with the CFO or the SLF, but I mean, at least Lockon was... I don't want to say he was allied with... He was just in the area and he got mad at us or something, and then...
They said that we don't meet their grand design. Try to kill us.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean...
It sounds like the problem is going to solve itself. Honestly, if they just appear every time you guys make noise, then performing a hostile takeover is definitely going to cause enough noise to get someone's attention.
Yeah, so I guess if we found Lockon once at Sandy Shoal Shores Reliquary, maybe we will again.
If you guys are hitting Pastlite, then I can at least give you information on the layout of the building and where key points that you may want, key points of interest you would be interested in. Research, weapons development, everything I can think of.
That would definitely...
Wherever-
Eifman will probably spend like the next half an hour just going over that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, more so for Leo and that team than anything, because he knows
feel like,
he knows Leo to be of a soldier type, and will probably commit a lot of that to memory.
Yes, I feel like Leo will probably go wherever needs to be blown up the most. So if that is Anaheim, where everything kind of needs to get destroyed, that's probably a better spot for Leo to go. I don't know.
So you're gonna have K111 and Leo on the same mission?
Oh, I guess that's a really bad idea.
Let's
That's
let's
a really
just-
bad idea.
How about
Just
this?
keep it-
Yolanda's gonna be the one to swap Yolanda and Tyon.
Okay.
Well, no, because that was the thing
Fine,
is, I
okay.
was mildly eyeing just keeping Iris around Veda for similar health reasons. But then there's also the, like, fork road thing of, like, okay, one of these two maybe we've luck into Celestial being, and she wants to be with whichever party ends up there.
Look, the only two characters I know are not going to switch is going to be my characters and
Yeah.
Huntail's characters.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to put K111 and Tyon in the same area and have them just fuck around the entire time, that's great. Works for me. Put the children together.
So he'll probably spend an hour going over the details then. He's a little German boy. Um, I assume you would like us to hunt down similar resources during our attempt on Anaheim.
For the sake of roleplay, can can K1 attempt to draw the hush smile? Can I do like a performance check?
You know what? It's been a minute since the dice roll happened. Sure.
Performance +4. That's not bad.
You
16.
draw a very expertly drawn chicken.
Good job, Kyle.
An anatomically correct chicken.
I don't. Anyway. Would I be correct in assuming that you'd want us to find similar resources, a GN drive unit?
Well, it's not just any, and I'll pass over the list that Veda gave me. These are the big
Okay.
ones, though. Anything like if you see something with a powerful GN drive, do give us a phone. It might be worth the attempt anyway.
I mean, we'll have Veda with us. We should be able to at least see if one's in the area that we can pick up.
How attached are you guys to that gun sys unit in your bay?
Is one of us using that? I actually don't remember. It's been a bit.
Leo used it to escape. But like he still has his Dom Trooper. He really doesn't know how the gun sys works, and he's very shit at driving it, so he might be willing to like fork it over for a price or something. Because he can't even get past he's on drive 1. Like he can't really do anything with it. And it's kind of fucked up because you guys don't really have an engineer that is they know the suit very well, so it's kind of in a rough shape.
So I guess my follow-up question is, what is your end game for this? Are you taking over that company or are you destroying it?
I think we wanted to reallocate the resources if we could, but it's partially going to depend on what state it's in and how compromising they're being.
Well, it wouldn't be too terribly difficult for you to allocate all the resources if you can get into my old office. I'm just putting that out there. If you can get into my old office.
Well, we'd need to, secure it and control it because it's for the long. But yeah, I mean, if that works.
It's a lot of things for you guys to hit and to deal with. I would make a similar attempt on Anaheim. If our objective here is to take control of the resources of both companies and put them to the ends that we agree on, which is to save Earth and put a stop to the war, or at the very least the CFO, then I'm perfectly happy with that. Is there anything else we need to go over?
Unless there's any terms or conditions that your group has.
I mean, me personally, I'm already getting what I want out of this. Is I look over, the Eifman looks over to the rest of his party. Any of you have anything to add, or?
I mean, Veda's keeping me paid. That's all I worry about.
Leo's getting paid by Mr. Moneybags as soon as he like gets money again. He's just kind of keeping you alive at this point.
I mean, I'm just down to help out and just do some good. some good in the universe.
All right then. No conditions on our side. Do you want to wait for your mechanic to be able to join you, or would you prefer to defer that for the moment?
Ooh, I feel like we need Mario.
Veda, would Mario be in working condition after you're done stitching them together?
He is primarily functional at the time being. He would just need to be properly integrated with your ship's main systems.
How is he doing, by the way? Like, I know Veda. I don't want to assume like we know you or your capacity for emotions, but how's his mental state?
Would you like to take a look?
Oh fuck! I look at like the rest of our party. I go. I kind of want to. I'm looking like Yolanda and Iris in the eyes. I go, yeah.
Patching him
Yes.
through.
Luigi! Luigi, where are you? Luigi!
Mario, you okay?
Luigi. Luigi, I can't hear you. I can't see you, Luigi.
I think maybe Mario needs a little more time to cook. I think he needs a little more time in the oven, so to speak.
Yeah. I just need
Veda,
you to relax, Mario. Luigi's sleeping.
Veda, please never show us that again.
Whatever you may require.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Veda, you should definitely look into more.
That was easily the third most horrifying thing I've witnessed in the last 3 days.
Yeah, that was awful, and I had to kill I literally killed my friends, and that was awful. So. Okay. Wow.
I suppose all of that is out of the way. I guess all that's left is for us to make any preparations before departure.
K1's gonna kind of saddle up to like Farah or whatever and be like, "Well, you guys are flying around. Watch out for this." And he's gonna hand her the picture of the chicken. No,
You're just
nothing.
handing that. You're just handing that to Farah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna tell her, watch out for this.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't fight it.
Sure thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, I generally just fight whatever I need to fight. It's kind of the job. But, sure. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you.
I suppose if I'm going to be on this, your crew is, you called yourselves Neo Celestia, right?
Yeah, that was eventually what we decided on.
It was my idea. Right. I suppose if I'm going to be with Neo Celestia, Iris, You and Tibius are in charge.
I'll just. Oh, yeah, I guess that is fair. I'll have to keep piloting the ship, huh? I couldn't have left if I wanted to.
I mean, let's hope I'm the one still in charge here in like a few days.
Well, though, see, it's actually genius. You're right. You're right, Yolanda. You're a genius. I love this because not only do I not have records, I'm now actually dead. So, from a tax write-off perspective and from an insurance and liability perspective, what are they gonna do? Blame a dead girl for crashing into their ship? Like,
Yes.
K1 looks up, what the fuck is insurance?
I'll have to explain that to you at some point in time.
like, what accountability can be left at this point for me? Like, oh no,
Liability
you're going to
only.
jail for the rest of your life. Oops, I finished that one actually. Speedrun any percent? Like, I'm good.
Oh, so that's why I keep getting ads for my Gundam's extended warranty. The hell? Makes sense now.
You haven't been answering those, have you?
I don't know. They're just kind of shiny pictures. I click on a lot of whatevers. I can't read them.
Oh,
According
boy.
to my records, he has uploaded his credit card information 73.45 times.
How do you upload your credit card information 0.45 of a time?
He added 2 digits
Wi-Fi
of
dropped
it
halfway
to
through.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, he might just be hitting submit halfway through the forms as well. Like, if he doesn't know where the numbers stop,
Yeah, there's also
he's
the
probably
time,
getting a lot of really bad information.
there's
I have
also
a bank
times when he
account.
doesn't give, the 3 magic little numbers on the back.
That makes
I
sense.
have a bank account. He clearly does because he's used it before in the one shop to get burgers. Otherwise, he hasn't spent any money ever. All of his money is in his bank. He's never spent money ever.
With this riveting conversation and ends, are we ready to we're ready to move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything else to discuss. I think we finally ran out of things to talk about.
Yeah, let's get on with the missions then.
Alrighty then. So, where are we going? In terms of the players, I'm speaking to the players.
Which op we doing first?
Which mission with which team are you doing first?
Do we want to do the level 5s first?
I'm okay with that. Do Pastlite first?
Yeah, Pastlite first.
I'm down.
Yeah.
The only thing that K1 left with them was like, hey, if you guys can get more parts for the gun sys that you guys have in your hangar bay, or any information regarding that, I told Veda to look out for it in files that they'll be stealing.
Are you not taking the gun sys in there?
Well, I didn't. I mean, I don't have anything to offer. I mean, I would like to take it.
Why are you proposing an offer? Right now, we're in a partnership.
K1's gonna take it.
Talking.
Okay, then K1's definitely gonna take it and put it next to the other broken one.
If Leo doesn't have any exceptions, because as far as Eifman's concerned, that was a unit that Leo was using, but it's not Leo's unit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because we legit just stole that shit.
Yeah, well, he won it.
Oh yeah, same thing.
Yeah, it's fine. No, that's fine. And he's gonna put it next to the one with the one arm and no legs and just the torso, and they're gonna sit next to each other until our mechanics are up and feasibly running together.
Yeah, go ahead and use the good one we have for the moment, and then we'll. Sorry, Tobias. Now, go ahead and use the good one that we have for the moment, because I
Yeah,
don't know how much. We're probably depending on what kind of entry we have getting into Pastlite. We shouldn't need these. Once we get inside, it's most likely going to be a whole new breed of problematic.
yeah. I'm assuming we give enough time for Mario's consciousness to be fixed. I'm assuming.
We didn't come to a decision on that actually. Are we waiting for Mario to like be fully fixed, or are we going to do
I
the
feel
job
like-
and then meet up
I
after?
feel like our
Wouldn't
talks.
split
Yeah,
him
sorry.
from Luigi,
I feel like our
What?
He wakes
talks.
up,
Yeah, take a
depending on
while.
how we decide on that. Good.
Do we want to leave Luigi on the Ptolemy then?
No.
That's a dangerous thought.
No. Well, Tobias is a mechanic, I guess. Let's be fine.
Oh no, Spias is an outstanding mechanic. I just mean more.
Yeah.
I don't know. Luigi's going through a lot right now. I don't know. I feel like if we take Luigi with us, by the time he potentially meets up back with, I don't know what headspace he'll be in over that long of a time, but I also am terrified of. I mean, I guess if.
They both have PTSD. Let's put it that way.
They both have they're
Well-
both going to have PTSD. Like there's nothing that's going to fix that. The longer I'm of the mind that the longer we keep Luigi away from Mario, after Mario is better, because we don't know how long we're going to be separated after this. Like we need to decide a rendezvous point actually after we split up. Probably
Yeah.
back here would be best.
If you guys don't mind, I think Veda needs an update on her bedside manner.
Rude.
My bedside manner is 100% optimal. If you don't like it, get fucked.
Well, I mean, we are sending someone along with them, right? At least, like I believe Yolanda was going.
Yeah,
wish I forgot I
Yolanda's going to be with them. So at the very
Yolanda
least, we
can
could also have
probably-
someone who can help Luigi through that process.
Yeah, Yolanda can at the very least make the judgment call. Okay, I feel a lot better with that then. I was trying to,
Okay.
because I know at one point Camelot was also considering going.
No, I'm
So-
staying with the main group.
Okay, so yeah, if Yolanda's tagging along, I feel like she's the best one to make the gut call on what to do with Mario and Luigi.
I agree with that.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that then.
Okay. So Luigi and Yolanda are staying with Ptolemy. We're
Mhm.
taking a little German boy with us
Yes.
to go
Yes, we
and
are.
assault a major corporation.
I've heard some very
Yes.
impressive things about him, in fairness.
Is the little German boy with you right now?
Yes.
He'd have to be at this point because we're splitting up to go do the job. We have two ships. There's no reason for us not to do the
Don't
both
worry.
simultaneously.
Well, we
Don't
have
worry.
3 ships if you really want to get creative with it.
I'm gonna take Hans around the ship.
Not my name.
Very fair.
But I'm very excited to be on a mission with you all. It's nice to meet new friends. And I've heard so much about you, Tibias.
I'm still trying to process that we just gave up our doctor for and I mean no offense when I say this, an actual child.
Hey, you be nice.
If he's alive this long, he's gotta know what he was doing.
You leave Tyon alone.
I look. What have you heard of me, actually?
What few things that your father has, your father has been pretending not to acknowledge that he's been saying aloud. Mostly that the relationship between the two of you is very rocky. That's you would hate him, and for good reason.
Did we put all the robotic freaks on one ship?
I am not a robot.
Yeah, you're just part.
Yes.
You just have the blood of your robot coursing through your cells.
Yes, we have assembled all the freaks in one place.
I run off
Skittle.
of Gundam blood, you run off of Gundam bones, you run off of Gundam brains.
I run off
Together-
of fucking straight up metal.
Together we form a functioning team, maybe.
Probably not.
There's 3
Knowing this
humans on this
party.
team.
Look, between the 5 of us, we make one barely functioning individual. And I'll make the head. Anyway.
So how's our flight all the way to this facility?
All right. So you guys are actually taking off now. So you guys are both going your own separate ways, and you guys are choosing to pick to play as the level 10s, all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
With the exception of Tyon.
With the exception of Tyon. Tyon's
That's
tagging
gonna
along.
carry us.
Yolan. I just hope you realize that choice is going to make it so much harder for the rest of the cast.
Why? Oh, 'cause
Because now I have to beef everything up in order to fight Tyon.
no, you don't. It's fine.
That's fine. I'm taking Ghost.
Uh-huh. Any whoozy what's it. You guys take off. After you guys do have each other now saved, so you can communicate to each other through an open channel if is necessary, whenever you feel like. So you guys can keep tabs on one another's mission progress and all of that. Just moving forward so you guys know.
Veda will teach me how to read.
Veda has wow, that was a fucking sentence. Veda also has a comlink set up on the ship as well, an isolated comlink to where you guys can communicate with her. You just can't upload anything to her directly.
Can't communicate,
Nice.
cannot upload.
Yes.
Good.
Good.
Alrighty. So then in that case, you guys are heading towards the Pastlite HQ, correct? On IO?
Yep.
All right. Luckily, you guys did have the information on that. The exact coordinates were given to you by Veda. You guys are heading to a little place called Silver's Embrace on Io. After you guys are already in Jupiter's orbit, so it doesn't take but a few hours. You guys do reach the location. You're currently orbiting Io. However, it's slightly different than what your records said. It seems as though the black hole that is Jupiter has grown wider and it's begun to draw in Io into its wake. Parts of the planet is visibly fracturing and falling apart and being sucked into the black hole very, very slowly. Luckily, Silver's embrace is on the opposite side of the planet, facing its complete doom. So you guys have time. Veda chimes in. According to the current trajectory and decomposition of the planet and the accretion disk of Jupiter, it appears as though you have approximately 5 hours before the entire planet inevitably crumbles to dust.
Do you have an ETA as to when this started?
Scanning. Based on the positioning of the planet's orbit and the accretion disk, it appears as though Jupiter's void is growing. At its current rate, calculating. At its current rate, it appears as though it's been growing at a rate to where this has begun less than 3 days ago.
So most evacuation attempts in the building may have already been done. It's not likely we're going to find a lot in there, but we at least should be able to figure out where they're going.
Quite possibly.
Well, how do we want to play this then? Fast and hard?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
It's
Can
a
I
little
put the
dangerous
ship
to go
into
fast.
Can I put the ship into an autopilot? Like, do we want to like hard drop in, or do we want to land on the roof? I'm asking you guys. Do we want to drop in suits around the building, or do we want to just land the ship on the roof and just go in that way?
This is a rental.
Civilian, but this is something we want to do. The faster we do this, the less casualties we risk having.
Mm-hmm.
But we do need to get into the offices to gain control, and I don't think we can take the suits into the offices.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm cool with the trial by fire.
Well, we don't want to. If we can take the building without having to destroy too much damages, we can. I mean, repurpose what we can at the very least. It's gonna be messy either way, but
Yeah.
All right then. I'll whoever's flying, because I don't think I'm the one flying.
Iris is always the
Always
one flying.
Iris.
Always Iris.
It's funnier too because it's just like executive dysfunction stuff too. She's just like, well, nobody else wants to fly the ship. I guess I'm flying the ship.
I don't think you want
She has no
K1 flying the ship.
qualifications. She was a stowaway. She doesn't even know who flew the ship before her. But nobody else does it. So
To be fair, some of our best work has been with executive dysfunction.
no, I agree. It's just the amount of times it's like
God.
nobody else. She's like, I guess I'm flying the ship. All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, we could have K1 do it. I'm just saying.
But that's what I mean. She's just accidentally the designated pilot. So it's like, all right, yeah, sure.
Does this ship have any like other gear in it?
It's basically just got bare minimum. Supplies, obviously, for you guys to survive, all of the standard functions like life support and all that jazz. And of course the hangar bay.
It doesn't have like a personnel armory.
Not outside of what you guys brought with you.
Okay, never mind then.
Now, question. Did you guys upload Mario or did you leave Mario?
We left Mario with Luigi and Yolanda.
We left Mario with Luigi and
So
Yolanda.
you guys don't have...
the
All right.
Yeah.
What do you mean we don't have?
You guys don't have...
No.
Aside from Tobias. And does K111 have a mobile suit?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
brought Wolf.
Gotcha. That's your Grays unit, right?
Yeah, it's my Grays unit.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So, how are you disembarking?
We're gonna land the ship on the roof of the building. There should be. I would assume there's at least some sort of landing pad up there.
There is.
Yeah.
Well, let me set the scene. You guys enter atmosphere and start heading towards the coordinates that were given to you by Veda. Here you see a massive facility, similar to the one that you've seen before, of course, being on the Shoal Sands Reliquary for Anaheim, but significantly larger in scale. Massive, massive hangars, 10 to 20 times the size of a mobile suit, these hangars. However, it looks like the power is out. Or at the very least, there is no lights. You don't see any people about. You don't see any machinery working. Seemingly,
It's
It's empty.
abandoned.
Huh. Do you think they moved on considering the state of everything else they've already evacuated, or...
They would have evacuated a lot, but there's likely still some people here performing like last minute cleanup, removal of any classified records that would be here. Like, it would have to be a very thorough scrub. So, at the very least, if there are people in there, it'll probably be minimal resistance.
I mean, I guess we go in, we let the muscle take point, and I will try and talk my way through anything we can.
now,
We
before
need
you...
to just...
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we just need to make it to the offices, but...
Now, before you guys land, there are 2 notable landing zones. Technically 3 if you want to go with a third one. There are 2 actual designated landing zones that would be large enough for your ship. One in the western wing, one in the eastern wing. The eastern wing is far closer to those massive hangars that you saw, whereas the western wing is the smaller buildings. And then there's a large courtyard in the middle where you could feasibly land at least your mobile suits.
But if we land our mobile suits, it'd be hard to steal a mobile suit.
Indeed.
Yeah.
At least not without you guys leaving one of your own.
Mm-hmm. Western side. I'm sorry. The smaller build. Where based on that layout and based on the information Eifman gave us, where would the offices be?
Based on the information, the offices should be around the courtyard area, kind of center mass to the base.
And what about the R&D?
R&D
that be in the hangar
department,
area?
that would be those massive hangars, more than likely.
Hangars first, then.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, so we'll land over on the hangar side then.
All right. You guys take the ship in. No hails, even though you guys are checking all the open channels. No one's trying to get into comms with you guys. No warning signs, no anything. You guys land to no fanfare at all. Surprisingly enough.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
Is there oxygen or?
Yes. Io was largely terraformed several centuries ago. It is a fully breathable atmosphere.
5 hours before the planet crumbles apart.
5 hours before the planet crumbles to pieces.
Okay, let's set time for 4 then.
All right. Seems like we don't have time to
what's
waste,
the
and I
time
want
for 3, considering how often these things go south?
to. Cool. I would like to
Yeah.
bust down this door. Seems like we don't have time to waste.
I'd be surprised if the doors are locked at this point.
The doors are not locked. However, there is no power.
Okay.
Knock,
we open
knock, boom.
It would take considerable force. Does someone want to roll me a strength check?
Gundam strength?
These are human-sized doors.
No, we're in personnel combat currently.
Oh, we are?
Yeah. We're not exactly going to be raiding an office building in a 100-foot tall murder machine.
Well.
Just a strength check, right?
Yeah, just a strength check.
2019.
That's 1,019. Fuck. All right. You are able to successfully open the door. It takes a little bit of force because obviously these are big metal doors, but you're able to get it. Inside, it's empty, dark even. The room or the building that you're entering here is basically the entry foyer. Basically where anyone who docks would be checking in usually and verifying their cargo and stuff like that. But you don't see a soul. The only things in this room are some dark, lifeless computers, office chairs, stacks of paperwork strewn everywhere. Seems like, you know, if you guys want to roll me insight, I can give you, a little bit of extra insight, if you will.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's really good. 22.
Oddly enough, it doesn't look like they left in a hurry. It looks almost as if they just got up one day and left, never to return.
Okay. I'm going to relay that to my friends here and be like, this is what I see.
Okay. Well, if we're going to access systems, we need power.
An earthquake begins to rumble under your feet. The whole building shakes in retaliation. It's a weaker earthquake. Nothing too crazy. But for anyone who's typically up in space, it is certainly a new feeling.
I look at Iris, make sure Iris isn't the one doing it.
My hands are up. Why would I? No, I'm good.
Okay.
No need to destroy another moon.
Oh, this one's already gone. Like, we would just speed it along at this point.
Well, I start. Do you still have those light drones? We're gonna need those. Dark in here.
Yeah, I still have those. I'll go ahead and pop mobile lights.
All right. Perfect. So your mobile lights kind of get strewn around. And obviously you guys can kind of, you can see in the dark. At least in the room that you're currently in, it's just more office chairs, lifeless computers. Pretty usual.
Yeah. We need to find some kind of generator or something to get power running.
I was about to say that we should have plugged in Wolf to the hangar. Wolf could power this place.
Wolf could not power this entire facility. Maybe emergency power, but not enough to... I don't think enough to get to what we need.
Fair.
I mean, we're going in through the hangars. Like, we're in the hangars, right?
You're not in the hangars yet. You're in like the
Like a little reception area?
like a reception area, like a check-in office almost.
Okay. Well, I mean, first things first, we're here. Let's go see if there's any mobile suits here.
Yeah.
Let's get Iris taken care of first if we can.
Yeah.
All right, and we have loose schematics at least. Like, we really should try and make sure we make our way to the offices. Grab whatever info we can as well.
I have
I'm in-
uploaded information to your PDAs. A floor plan of the general area. It may not be super up to date, as it's about 20 years old, but this should give you a general lay of the land.
If we can find a secure mobile suit to the specs that you need, Iris, we can at least get that objective taken care of. Any information that they have, I doubt it's going to be written down. It'll be on a console somewhere. But we're going to need power for that. If you guys want to check out the hangar base, I'm going to go find a power source.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We should absolutely check out the hangar bands as well.
Yeah.
All right. You guys start making your way to the hangar bay. Upon getting there, you are met with massive steel doors. Again, still no power.
Okay. Power first, then. Based on the schematics that Veda sent us, where is power core, generator?
Unknown.
Unknown.
The information that Veda gave you is effectively a Disneyland map of the base. It's like, this is the hangar bay. This is the offices. You are here.
Okay, then I'd like to look around for a maintenance entrance.
Roll me investigation.
That's more like it. That is a 21.
21. Awesome. You're able to see what look to be electrical power lines under the ground. You can see like their outline because the flooring is almost like a semi-transparent, like metallic-y sheened material. So you can kind of see power cables running along the ground if you wish to follow those.
I would.
Following the power cables, it leads you to the primary courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard lies a large circular, think like a sewage grate almost, but significantly larger.
Underground access. Okay. Does it need to be lifted or does it seem to have an automatic hatch?
It doesn't have any notable holes or anything for you to be able to grab it and pull up. There seems to be another something at play here.
Can I take a look around it? Engineering check?
Yeah, roll me engineering.
Way better. Like 25.
Jesus. You have
Sorry.
ran across this exact door before. You've seen the schematics for this before, for a very similar system. All you need to do is align the 3 plates on the outer ring of this thing in the proper order.
Where have I seen this before? Was this on the bunker on Mars?
No.
No? What am I thinking of? Where have I seen this before?
Like if you want like the meta answer, it's a reference to something.
All right. I probably won't get the reference.
It's from the new Transformers movie.
Yeah, I don't get the reference. Come on.
Hey, other people watch this. They might know, you know. Hell, Hell, I've thrown so many references at you guys that I'm sure none of you guys even remotely get. Like hell, even the name
No.
of this place is a big reference to something.
Yeah, no, don't know it. Not off the top of my head, anyway. I'm not thinking about references too much.
Silver's Embrace is a reference. Silver's Embrace Io specifically is a reference to the wing of or the tree of silver wings from Destiny 2 as it was located on Io. I have
I don't
lots
know
of
nothing about that.
references just lined up through this. Through this entire campaign, there are references like that everywhere.
All right. So yeah, I'll line up the rings appropriately and see if that will open the hatch.
Roll me a insight. To see if you-
Insight?
yeah, roll me insight to see if you can ascertain the correct solution based on the context clues.
Oh, that would be an investigation.
Would that be investigation? Roll me
That
investigation.
would be an
then.
investigation because insight is trying to read people
Fair enough. I was
or
kind of
read
taking
intent.
it as like reading the intent of the puzzle fundamentally, but sure.
21.
All right, you're able to figure it out. You successfully slide the little circular discs into the proper position, and they lock into place.
That number's
Suddenly,
wrong, actually.
after locking in all three, the entire circular disc rises up. It rises up about 10 feet in the air, revealing a spiral staircase down.
I'm going. Like, we're on a time frame here.
All right.
Gotta book it.
Heading down the spiral staircase takes you about 20 minutes. It is a very long staircase. However, it leads to a massive underground chamber. This chamber effectively, yeah, it's just a massive chamber full of office desks, supplies, just as far as the eye can see, fundamentally. And in the center, about 20 feet or so from you guys, you see a massive Ahab reactor.
Yeah, that'll power it. All right. I am familiar with these, so I should be able to get this online again, right?
I mean, I'd hope so.
Yeah. All right. Quick repair check to make sure nothing's been damaged from the earthquakes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Fuck. That's an 18.
You can't see anything wrong with it per se.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to power it on.
All right, you flip all of the switches in the correct order and hit the big green power button. And you begin hearing the machine boot up. A resounding series of hisses, the spinning motor of the Ahab reactor. And then it stops.
Was it a fault in the boot up, or did something shut it down remotely?
You don't know.
Can I find out?
You might not be able to roll for this. Roll me investigation, I guess.
Nope. 15.
You cannot ascertain why it's fucked up.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Shut up. Okay. I'll try booting it up again.
You click, you hit all the switches, you boot it back up again. It gets to about the same point, and then it shuts itself off again. Steam begins emitting from the machine.
Is there any kind of like emergency power down here, or and a subsystem, a console that's lit, anything I can interface with this thing with? Or am I out of options?
None that I'm aware of that you would have access to anyway. Trying to think if there is anything that you'd have access to. I mean, there is notably a port for maintenance. There's like a maintenance port on the side for basically plugging in a PDA or otherwise.
I'll plug my PDA into it, see what I can figure out.
You plug your PDA into the port. It immediately gives you an error saying that you do not have the proper clearance to access this subsystem.
Yeah, the fuck I don't. I'll hack it.
Hack it with what exactly?
I have computer use.
Roll me computer use.
27.
Hacker man.
Ooh, nice job. Before you
I learned from the best, Alice.
on your tablet, you are able to get into the subsystems. The information that's feeding back to you specifically is mentioning that a primary component of the base is missing. And until that is reactivated or replaced, emergency power and main power cannot be restored. It's an emergency fail-safe.
Does it list what the component that's missing is?
The overhead AI controlling the base.
Well,
Hey, Alice. Want to have some fun?
Oh, by all means. What kind of fun are we talking about?
I mean, you're looking at the same screen I am. I think you know where my head's at.
Oh, I just want to hear you say it.
How bad do you want your own building?
Plural, actually. Buildings.
You know what I mean.
Well, you could try injecting me in, and I'll see what I can do to the subsystems.
Yeah, let's do that.
So you
That's fun.
unplug your tablet and plug your USB finger in, right?
Finger's a word, yeah.
I mean, it's
Mhm.
literally the tip of your finger.
jacking in.
Jacking in.
Thank you. And
Which is why I don't picture it on my finger. I pictured like pants being unzipped.
And
But go on.
surprisingly enough, you feel like a weight has just lifted off your shoulders. You feel like your little dark passenger in your mind is no longer there.
Quick run.
You still hear me, Alice?
No response. But then again, the
that's so
power
funny.
is still off.
Oh yeah, I should try turning the power on again.
All right. You click all the buttons, you hit all the switches, the Ahab reactor spins up. You hear a loud hissing sound again. And then all of the lights begin to slowly, one by one, come back online and turn on around you.
Hey, there we go.
I think I know where this is going.
Yeah, I think I also know where it's going, but that's fine. How you doing, Alice? You good?
There is no response.
I'll plug my PDA into the system. I'm just going to start
You-
texting Alice.
You
Are
plug
you good? Does this place have audio systems?
You hear nothing back.
Well, either he's dead or we're dead.
That's assuming he can make it off this
Also
planet.
pretty sure I should be dead by now. Like
Maybe.
95, like according to what he had to say, 95% sure he should have killed. I should be dead by now.
Maybe he lied.
Oh no, who could have fucking saw that coming? All right. Well, let's head back up, see when we get into the hangar bay.
All right, another 20 minutes pass as you climb all the way up the stairs again.
How far down are we right now? We're like 45 minutes down.
Yeah.
I mean, the moment we have power, I'm opening the hangar bay doors we're waiting in front of.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's right, because I went off on my own to do that, didn't I?
Split the party. Yep.
Yep, that's fine.
All right. So Iris opens the hangar doors, and within the massive hangar, you see something unlike you've ever seen before. In front of you is a massive mobile suit. Gargantuan in size. Easily 10 times the size of any one of your guys' mobile suits.
Hey, Big Sam.
Oh. If this is here and they evacuated, either they left this behind for a reason or we're not alone here. Tobias, look alive. We might have company.
I draw my shotgun.
It's conjecture, but I'm gonna keep investigating.
Do any of you guys want a description of this mobile suit that's lying before you?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes. Yes.
This
Visual reference would be nice.
massive mobile suit, surprisingly enough, doesn't have legs.
It doesn't have legs. Oh no.
It doesn't have legs. However, it does have 3 massive thrusters under its abdomen.
Is it the shape of a giant fucking head?
Not quite.
Okay.
It's got 3 massive thrusters underneath it, supposedly for propulsion. 2 massive arms with gigantic hands, all tipped with what seem to be either beam sabers or some form of beam cannon. The fingers are elongated and strewn apart around the facility, almost as if they were testing how long they could stretch.
Does it look like a giant flying saucer?
The thruster section kind of does.
Oh fuck. Okay.
The head is almost it resembles like almost a cage of sorts. It's very clearly a head, almost a knight-like armor aesthetic.
Ooh.
With openings for seemingly 2 eyes. But no illumination, no energy is flowing through this thing.
Oh no.
All right, I don't have any clue. Not one.
Sounds really cool.
Sounds cool.
You guys
I'm a little
are
frightened.
face to face. Does anyone want to roll me a history check before I do the big reveal?
I can't. I'm not
Yeah,
there.
sure. I mean,
Sure.
I'll do it, but yeah. I got a -1 on it, but I'll do it. 7.
I mean, I'll make one too. Boop. Natural 20.
All right, cool. Dallas Dice Roller got a nat 20.
You're welcome.
Before you stands the pride of Xeon.
That's what I thought it was.
Oh no, it's not
the
what I thought it was.
mobile suit. Let me get the exact designation.
Yeah.
The MSN-02 Zeong.
Yep, that's what I thought it was. Young is a funny boy.
That guy right there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's not what I thought it was. But yeah,
That was
that's
what I
a
thought it
big boy.
was.
This looks like a boss in a PS1 platformer.
It's funnier because it gets an upgrade where it has legs.
What was that, Ashy?
It's funnier because it does, in later content, get an upgrade where it does have legs.
I mean, very fair.
I mean, obviously, that's its own thing. It's like the Mark III. It's just funny.
I thought this was the dread drum for a second. I was about to be like, oh fuck.
I was debating between giving you guys the big Zam or this thing, and I was like, this would be a cooler fight.
All right. Well, a cooler fight? Great. Uh-huh. I like that.
It's
So
fine.
can I
There's no one
start
here?
Yeah. Uh-huh. So does it start moving?
It's not moving currently.
Okay. Are there any other mobile suits in here?
In this hangar specifically, no. This thing is taking up the entire massive hangar.
Well, who wants to try to drive that? I mean, I'm down to give it a shot, but
I'm skimming my PDA. I'm like, well, I mean, it looks nice if we need to grab it and go, but definitely not what I'm after, though any resource is a good resource for us.
true. Such a goofy fucking. And do we know what this thing's made out of? Can we tell?
I mean, without like a proper scan, you won't know for sure.
Okay. Wow, it's a freaky looking fucking mobile suit. Is there like another hangar on the Disneyland map?
There are 2 other hangars in the immediate vicinity, yes.
Do we want to start heading over there? Or...
I know why you want to check them out, but I agree we should check them out, but we should be checking them out to make sure that there's no other company we might bump into.
Right.
Like obviously we're checking it out either way, but we should be quick about that. Keep a mental note of this, relay it back to the ship. Where's Tyon, by the way? Did we just leave him with the ship? Like, what's...
No, Tyon's right here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just vibing.
Okay, I was just surprised you weren't vocal about the monstrosity we saw back there. Fair enough.
I don't know if this is something that you normally come across. Like, I don't know.
I blew up the moon a week ago. We kind of just do whatever at this point. I think we just wake up, throw a dart at a board, and that's the plan.
Yeah.
To be fair, within like literally hours of meeting each other, we experienced the Hoshmile. Like big units is not new to us.
You blew up the moon. I had a moon thrown onto a planet I was on.
Who did you piss off?
Not so much mostly your father, but I guess I was there too.
That fucking tracks. Say no more.
So I'm assuming at some point we reach the next hangar.
All right. So you guys reach the next hangar. This is the other gargantuan hangar. And within this one is another 2 very large mobile suits. Not quite the same size as the other, but this one is, or these 2 are rather massive in their own little way.
Is
Okay.
this one of these ones the Big Zam?
Neither of these are the Big Sam.
Hey, Big Sam.
The mobile suits lying before you. The mobile suit lying before you is the AMX 004 Queble.
Ooh, that one looks
Queebly.
really pretty.
This thing, for reference.
Oh. Okay.
I always intentionally mispronounced her.
And the other mobile suit that's in there is the big boy himself.
Big Sam.
You had to go there.
No,
The chunky
it's
boy.
Devil Gundam, clearly. The other mobile suit
I-
that is in here is the AMX 015 Gay Malk.
I don't know what that is.
AMX 015.
The big boy.
Oh. What the fuck?
That's
Okay.
exactly with extra steps.
Mine, 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 mine,
It's
mine, mine, mine.
certified gun boy. Look at this thing.
He's a good
He's
boy.
a chunky boy. Yeah, he's a tank. Friend.
He's got guns coming out of every orifice.
Tobias, we are either screwed or in the biggest luck payoff we've ever seen in our lives. I'm not sure which one yet.
Knowing us, it's both.
Well, if this place is
Like,
actually
it'd be a lot
empty-
of luck, and then we'll immediately lose everything.
I don't even know how those things run.
But yeah, so those are the 3 mobile suits that you've ran into so far.
And we got one more hanger, don't we?
You guys have one more hanger, don't you?
Yeah.
Let's see what's behind hanger number 3.
I call dibs on the Devil Gundam if it's here.
and we should really start getting these back to the ship if we can.
I'm already a bioengineered freak. Let's make it worse.
The
What is go?
are you
Gundam.
going to
Yes.
the last one?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. In the final. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that one. All right. In the final hangar, it's a smaller hangar. It's about normal size for normal Gundams. You open the hangar, and before you lies parts everywhere. It almost looks like you walked into a walk-in closet full of parts.
Yeah.
And in the middle of all these parts, I'm pulling up the full name.
Is it the Franken Gundam?
No.
Damn it. Franken Gundam's great.
This is the one that I'm thinking, right? Let me pull it up because I have the one I intend, but I'm trying to remember the fucking full name of it, and I can't remember the full name of it. It's not you. It's not you. Fuck. Which one was it? It's not you. It's a special one that never actually released in the US, I think. And I'm trying to find the name of it because nobody cares about this Gundam.
Sounds like my type of Gundam.
Okay, so yeah, this has to be it. Yeah, this is it. All right. Before you, in the center of all of these parts, pieces, armor plates, and weapons, lies the Gundam F91.
The fuck is that?
That is this boy.
Huh.
It's that boy. And that boy.
It's a Gundam.
And
Looks like it can
also
fly.
that boy.
Uh-huh.
And also this boy. The gimmick of the F91 is it's similar to the core Gundam in that it just has a fuckload of armor sets for basically every situation.
We are not getting all of that on the ship, are we?
No.
Not in the time that we have.
Well, hopefully Noah has at least started those preparations.
I mean, the big boy is gonna have to fly along the ship because he's about the size of the ship. But
I don't know if we can take that one. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm taking Game Hulk, and no one can stop me. But
no, I'm not gonna try. I feel like I'm
But
just gonna.
let's finish the mission
yeah.
first.
Well, yeah, I'm probably just gonna. Yeah,
We can grab these on the way out.
probably just grab Ghost on the way out. I think I like Ghost more.
So you have now checked all three of the hangars. Again, not a soul to be found in any of these. But all of these mobile suits have just been left.
If this is the shit they left behind, I'm really concerned about the shit they took with them.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of the either they're not done leaving stuff or
Let's hit the offices first, but I do want to come back and check these before we leave.
Noah, start prepping the ship and see if you can get stuff ready to go up and down.
Now, are you guys going to try to pilot this mobile suit or these mobile suits?
Not at the
this
moment.
second.
Not the second, but I mean, I don't see why not.
Yeah, no, we gotta hit the offices. We gotta figure out where they went, and what kind of records they may have left behind.
All right, so you guys are leaving the hangars then, and you guys are going to go check out the rest of the base.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Alrighty, perfect.
Yeah, Iris should probably meet up with Tobias to go to the actual offices, though K-111 could probably work with Noah to try and get some of these back to the ship.
I'm down.
Okay.
Yeah, that works for me. I'm not smart, so it really helps to just actually just start dragging this shit back to the.
I mean, fair enough. All right. So, what exactly are you doing, K111?
I'm gonna I guess I'm gonna start with 91 and try to get it turned on and flown back to the ship.
All right. You hop into the F-91. And it's the moment you try to boot it up, it asks for an uplink.
I have an LA in Vignana.
Are you going to connect your Leia Vignana?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. You snap it in and activate everything, and you immediately feel a rush as the Leia Vignana system activates. You can feel a very light pain in the back of your mind.
Okay.
And as that pain begins to subside, you feel as though you're in full control of this mobile suit.
I'm assuming it has like headlights. Turn those on.
I mean, yes, the eyes of the mobile suit are on. The mobile suit systems are up and running. It is, once it's fully up and running, you can see on your main console that this is standard configuration F91.
Can I just all these parts around me? Can I just try to start gathering some of them?
I
I'm
mean,
gonna take what I can to the ship, basically.
all right, you have one of three options. From the images that I sent you in the chat, you have the F91 blue set, the F91 red set, or the F91 cannon set.
Cannon set.
All right. So you grab the cannon set, and
I feel like that's a no-brainer.
you'd be surprised.
I mean, it is Skittle we're talking about. Okay, do you want the one that's blue? Do you want the one that flies? Or do you want the one with a big fuck-off gun? I want the one with the big fuck-off gun.
Guns.
Fair enough. So you grab the cannon set and begin taking it back to the ship with you. What is the rest of the team doing?
Myself, Iris, and I think
Tyon.
Tyon are heading towards the offices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So you head back towards the courtyard. And in the courtyard, you obviously do see the primary office building. Specifically with the one where Eifman told you that's his office. So you head in that general direction, do you not?
Yeah.
All right. You head into the building, and once you're in the building, it's a standard office building. Like, you don't know what you were expecting exactly, but it's an office building. The computer systems are on, the lights are on, everything's just kind of sitting idle at the moment.
I'll hit Eifman's office. You guys start looking for anything that'll let us know where they went.
Good plan. I'll try and
Alright.
look through like for shipping logs or something.
I'll go into Eifman's office.
All right. Once you're in Eifman's office, go ahead and roll me investigation if you're going to try to look around.
$24.
You see various papers lined up. One notable thing about this office, however, is it does seem as though no one's been here in a very long time. like easily over a year, to where like there's a thick layer of dust everywhere. The computer is just, kind of on the older end, not fully updated. You turn it on and it has to Windows update for 40 minutes. You know, the huge.
So CFO didn't even bother to make use of the office. Didn't even bother to put in a new face of the company then.
It seems that way.
I guess while he's waiting for the system to finish updating, he's just going to sit there and kind of start rifling through the desk, looking for. He's not really expecting to find anything. He's just kind of keeping his hands busy so that he doesn't have to think about being in his old man's office again.
Yeah.
What did the other two find anything
I don't know.
while
They
we're
tell
waiting on
me.
me?
I mean, I'm trying to get a couple of the other computers up for just shipping manifests or work logs or something.
Give me a computer use.
Bam. Ironically, it's still a 9. It almost gets there.
You start poking through the computers, and you get to a login screen. It can't hack it. However,
Oh, Tobias, did you get a password on the main computer?
as those words leave your lips, the screen flashes purple, and you're logged in.
Never mind. I figured it out, I guess.
In the computer, the information that you're able to ascertain is that the 4 mobile suits that are located in the hangars, the F-90 was a suit that was being created for Eifman that they ended up just not using, scrapping most of the other ideas for armor designs and upgrades, and it just kind of left that sitting in that smaller, older hangar. The other 3 mobile suits, however, were all contract work, specifically for the CFO. They wanted a different generation of mobile suits inspired by something from their logs. The 2 smaller-ish mobile suits, those 2 were both designed to copy other subsystems, and they were more than anything developed for an exploratory mission. It doesn't state where, but they were specifically designed for an exploratory mission. And of course, the big boy, that one is
Big boy.
logged as primary defense system and personal craft to a 1 Pearl Rannick.
Have we caused their death yet? No,
Pearl,
Anna.
no. You killed
we caused
Anna.
Anna's wreck. Yeah. Okay. Hard to keep track.
This mobile suit was going to be Anna Ronnick's personal mobile suit before this facility was abandoned. However, it shows in the logs that the order to evacuate was 3 days ago, almost immediately when the planet began breaking up. However, the last access log for that mobile suit. One registry was for today, and another one was for yesterday. One of
Different names?
the different logins, both, yes. The one from today is complete gibberish. The one from yesterday, let me pull up the name. The one from yesterday was used under the name Tibius Egne.
From yesterday?
Some of the older logs are of various names, none that really stick out. I want you to roll me an investigation check to see if any of these names stick out after, kind of going over them again.
10.
I mean, this is a pretty easy one. You're kind of just looking at the
Yeah.
list of names.
Names I recognize, like, I don't think that's
You
too hard,
notice
yeah?
something that catches your eye. And it's specifically a name for one of the accesses for the F-91, surprisingly enough. One of the test pilots. The F-91 was taken out on a test mission by a freelancer by the name of, Werner Vanderpool.
What the fuck is that? Is that ringing a bell for anybody?
It's Tyon's dad.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Tyan, there's a guy with the name Wiener on here. You should come take a look. Look, I'm giving him an in-character reason to come check the computer, okay? I don't know Tyon's dad's name.
Oh, you got me. Got me good.
Kiltran.
Someone with the name Vina. Let me see.
I also scoot over and let him take a look at the logs. Any other name or any names in there you recognize?
That's my father.
Was he working for? What kind of line of work is he in?
He never really said, but kind of just disappeared. And not too long ago, I found an obituary report for him.
Oh,
May-
and sorry for your, just the dates.
Mm. That report was from a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, maybe. If he's still alive, when was this report?
The report is notably from about 2 weeks ago.
There's a few weird ones in here, because apparently Tobias was logged in yesterday, and Gibberish logged in today, which I assume is A-list, though I don't know why A-list is... I mean, they get their hands and everything, but...
Well, if this is very weird. Somebody is logging in with Tobias's name, but somebody just using names as a proxy to access these files. I can understand why, if this is Tobias's boss's company, I can understand why his name might be in the system, but it's just weird. Tobias, you weren't here yesterday, were you?
You know where I was yesterday. What do you mean?
Apparently, a Tobias Tibius Egne was logged into these systems yesterday.
The hell? I'll leave Eifman's office and go see what they're looking at.
Yeah. You check the logs, and it says you logged in here yesterday.
Is there security footage for the person using this terminal?
There is, however, none for yesterday.
Like one for the day before, but
Yes.
not one for yesterday, mysteriously?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can find a trail for who deleted that. I'm gonna make a computer use, see if I can hunt that down. If I can.
Roll me computer use.
20?
Inconclusive.
Oh, that's a pain in the ass. Well, if it's somebody using my name, they're going to be real pissed that I'm still around.
And notably, it's your real name, not your...
Yeah. It's someone who took my identity after I stopped using it.
I mean,
Which means it was either someone actively trying to piss me off or someone actively trying to draw my father out.
There's notably another earthquake, this one much stronger than the past one. The entire room shakes and several of the computers get knocked off of their tables.
I'm moving over back to Eifman's office. Just trying to make sure that system's still doing its job.
Roll me an athletics check, please.
Okay. Hey, 16.
A
Nice,
book
nice.
whizzes past your head and you nimbly dodge it.
Who's throwing shit? Someone throw that at me?
It's an earthquake! It fell off
Oh.
of a shelf!
Well. Back to that office.
We should start getting ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
as
obviously, get
soon as
whatever
I
you
get
can,
this-
do whatever you can.
I assume I
Notably,
have
it
access
has
to the system
been-
now.
Approximately 2 hours since you've been here.
Mm-hmm. Can I run through the just run through the system, see if there's any information, company-wide memo, any information that points out where they went?
Yeah. The evacuation note is posted to every computer still. And that is everyone is to leave everything as it is and head for the shelter elsewhere on Io.
They were sent into a shelter?
Indeed.
The shelter's not gonna survive a fucking planet crumbling into an actual black hole. Where's the shelter located? Does it mention?
It is located in that massive chasm that you guys were in with the generator. It's just underneath that.
But if they're hoping for the shelter to just go through and come out the other side of whatever that is, they don't need the shelter to survive everything. It just needs to be the grocery bag. And they just have to stay cold enough to get through.
I don't like that.
I don't either, but like, because the mobile suits,
It's
if whatever they're trying to do, right? If the shelter would survive, if the mobile suits would survive, who cares about the building and the computers?
I don't like the idea that they're sending a shelter full of innocent people to go perform one of their fucking experiments.
Well, it could just be relocating their employees to their new place of employment. I'm not saying they're hard experimenting. Like, this might just be like if they're used to sending stuff through that void.
Do we have any reports of any tests going through that void?
None that you can find.
Yeah, I don't like that. I think they just left these people to fucking die.
Maybe.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but we should get them out.
Another earthquake hits, intensifying even harder.
We should get them out.
How am I doing in terms of getting these suits out of the fucking hangar?
Oh, you're still just getting the F-91 back to your base as like they're speaking right now.
Holy shit. Alright.
Okay. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time on Eifman's computer because we're now a lot shorter on time than what I would like. I'm going to see about go ahead and just rip the drive. Like, just yank the fucking hard drive out of the computer.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't mean like I'm going to sit there and wait for...
Roll me a computer use.
Okay. 24.
All right, you successfully jam your hand in there, rip the hard drive out.
All right. Okay. We can examine the rest of that later. Go help K-111 get all those suits loaded up and out of here. I'm going to go try and save those fucking people.
Another earthquake hits.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab...
This earthquake is different, however. Or at the very least, accompanying this earthquake, you hear almost what seems to be an explosion, or at least a crumbling of buildings outside.
Don't have time to think about it.
Do I see what's going on since I'm outside?
You, K111, roll me a perception, please.
17.
The largest hangar just exploded.
With the big boy in it?
Uh-huh.
Am I at least back at the ship?
You are at the ship, but the ship is also relatively close to that hangar.
Can I switch out mobile suits?
I mean, you can. You have a few precious minutes.
I'm gonna radio as I start hopping into Wolf.
I was already on my way towards the hangars. That was the final hangar we checked, right, with the big blue boy?
No, that was the first hangar we checked with
Oh.
UFO butt.
Okay,
Mhm.
Yeah, no, this
Okay.
is big boy. I'm hopping into Wolf.
I'm gonna make a sprint for the Cubily.
I'm gonna tell Huntail to either A, if you want to start pulling the ship kind of away so we can fly out of here if we need to, or B, hop in his suit if he wants to. Up to him.
All right. So, Iris, as you're running towards the other hangar,
Mm.
you get about 40 feet away. And the front door bursts open. A giant hand coming out towards you. Please, roll me an agility check, please.
Dex saving throw?
Oh, yeah,
Or-
dex save is probably more apt.
That's
God
a
Natural
crit.
20.
damn it. All right,
None of
this
this bullshit.
mobile suit Quibbly hand comes flying out of this building towards you, and you just jump 40 feet in the air and dodge it.
Look, innovators are hyper analytical at lightning speeds. What do you want from me?
Innovators are built different.
Actual skill issue. It's all the Dark Souls in my blood.
And as the smoke clears, before you lies the 3 mobile suits that you saw in the hangar, all geared up and all facing you guys down.
3.
All 3 of which have their giant red eyes illuminated and ready.
Don't you mean 2?
No,
No,
the
there's
big one,
3.
Quibbly, and the one I want.
Yeah,
I took 91. Oh,
You took
there's
right.
the
91.
Zong,
91 is the
the
one I
Quib-
want.
Zong,
Okay,
the
yeah.
Quible, and the Gamalt.
Am I seated in on my
You're
ghost?
in your mobile suit. The rest of you aren't.
I'm
Well,
not even there.
I'm gonna do what K1 does best.
Out
I'm
of
gonna go
curiosity,
outside.
Jade, can I see this from the courtyard?
Yes.
Since I was making my way to the courtyard? Okay.
You do realize
There-
the Quible is like Godzilla sized, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or not the
Yeah.
Quible. The Quible's fucking huge too, but the fucking Zeong is like fucking Godzilla sized.
I'm gonna buy time for my team. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna get in its face, and I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Like you can see it in that box art that I sent of the Zeong.
Yeah.
The Zeong's head alone is like the size of a Gundam torso.
Mm.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Well, before any combat or anything breaks out, that right before we roll initiative is where our story is going to come to a halt for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Jade, why do you keep sending mobile suits at us when we're not in mobile suits? What the hell?
Because
This is
What
like
else
the
is she supposed to
what,
do?
3rd time this has happened?
I'm fine with it.
do you realize how many times this happens in the anime?
Every fight.
Every Gundam fight in the anime starts with the pro tags not in their Gundams.
Don't worry.
This isn't the anime.
Pro tags are
I can
poorly
stall.
fucking prepared.
I
I'm
can
a pro
stall.
tag. Look at my rolls.
Then
I
I blame
can
you.
stall this out. Listen. I can stall it out. I got this. I can stall it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's how I set it up. So if you guys want to like K111's gonna have to fucking tank these 3. Well, you guys, you know.
I'll do it.
I literally have something I can do before the fight starts. I'm close enough.
I mean, that's very fair. Like I said, I'll give you guys the opportunity to do some setup stuff and whatnot. K111 will kind of be forced into the fight outright because they're kind of right next to him.
That's
Yeah.
But the rest of you guys, well, Iris is also gonna kind of be, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still inside the building.
But yeah.
Who did
Tyon.
Tyon follow?
I'm,
they following
I'm still
Iris,
inside.
or-
I'm still inside the building.
Yeah,
Why are you
Tyon's
still
with
inside the building?
Because he was waiting for you.
No, because there were surveillance logs, and his father's name is on the computer. He wants to see if that was actually his father.
Oh, there you go.
Very fair. So
There you go, yeah.
that means the rest of you 4 are gonna have to protect Tyon while Tyon gets these logs.
I'm ready.
But that'll be for our next episode,
Mhm.
now won't it?
Hmm.
So by all means, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to all of the viewers who are with us and watch this absolute insanity unfolds. But yeah, that's gonna be the end of tonight's episode. Sadly, I have work tomorrow, so I have to go to bed really early.
Okay.
But that means our next episode should hopefully be on the 10th. Hopefully. Assuming no schedule conflict shenanigans happens again. But thank you again, guys. Goodbye to all the viewers whenever you guys get around to watching this. And have a lovely night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Good night.